Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to today's public forum hosted by the Center for Asia-Pacific Resilience and Innovation, co-hosted by Bloomberg, Commonwealth, and the Partnership for Health System Sustainability and Resilience. My name is Alistair Lang, and I'll be guiding you through today's proceedings. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers for you across the next 5 hours, so please sit back and enjoy the lively debate. And without further ado, I invite Professor Syaru Shirley Lin, the chair of CAPRI's Board of Directors, to the stage to introduce today's forum. Thank you.
Good morning. That's great. Everyone's awake. Well, all of our guests are actually quite jet-lagged, so we're very pleased to start this early, which is midday for some of them who came from far away. Thank you for attending the inaugural annual forum of the Center for Asia-Pacific Resilience and Innovation, otherwise known as CAPRI. In a short period of time, if you search for CAPRI, you can almost find us in both Chinese and in English. We're delighted to see you all here in the room and from all over the world, online and in person. Welcome. For those of you who are online, we hope you'll come to next year's annual forum in Taipei. Thank you for joining us for the next few hours as we hear from experts from across the globe who will consider the challenges and opportunities the Asia-Pacific region faces in the post-pandemic era. CAPRI was established exactly 1 year ago and announced at the World Economic Forum. This annual forum not only marks our achievements over the last year, but also our fourth event as a nonprofit, nonpartisan, independent research organization focused on enhancing global resilience, promoting innovative governance, drawing from the experiences of the Asia-Pacific. 3 years after the world was first shaken by the COVID-19 pandemic, government, businesses, and the public are attempting to return to normalcy. As a post-pandemic mindset takes hold in policy communities, the Asia-Pacific region is poised to contribute to these efforts by sharing its successes, failures, and learnings across public health, economic dynamism, talent circulation, and sustainable growth, topics of our discussion today. CAPRI was founded precisely to conduct interdisciplinary research, policy-oriented research to address issues at the intersections of health, the economy, innovation, and sustainability, guided by its core values of integrity, independence, and inclusivity. Despite being only 1 year old, CAPRI has already achieved quite a lot. It has coordinated research in 10 countries across Asia-Pacific, collaborating with partners including the Brookings Institution, the Commission on Reform for Resilience, and a World Economic Forum initiative, the Partner for Health System Sustainability and Resilience. Much of the research abstract are available outside the hall for you to take a look at. If you're interested, everything can be downloaded on our website. Our mission is to provide open research to the public, to policymakers, to interested stakeholders around the world. Through these collaborations, CAPRI is ensuring the Asian perspective is incorporated in international research activities, placing the region squarely in the center of future discussions. We're also conducting research with a specific Asia-Pacific emphasis, including mental wellness and social resilience in the Asia-Pacific, and the role of misinformation, disinformation, and vaccine hesitancy in the region. And our keynote speaker will be touching on these important issues shortly. As well as conducting research, one of CAPRI's core purposes is to educate the public and policymakers, stimulating discussion on some of the most pressing issues facing the world today, breaking down silos of thought to produce practical, actionable policy recommendations. One way in which we achieve this is through our public programming, like today. Convening experts from different fields, different countries, different continents, and different public and private sector to speak in Taipei and abroad. In 2023 alone, this is our fourth major public event. The year started with Matt and Ying Pottinger speaking here about the origins of COVID-19 and management of the pandemic, drawing on both of their experiences in advising the US government in early 2020. In March, we hosted a visit from Richard Bush, one of the most prominent experts on US-Taiwan relations, whose insights into Taiwan's domestic challenges captivated the local audience, which you saw in the video, at National Taiwan University Law School. And just last month, we hosted our very first US public event, partnering with the Miller Center of Public Affairs at the University of Virginia, where I currently teach and conduct research, and where I founded CAPRI. We had the privilege to host the chair of CAPRI's International Advisory Council and former Prime Minister of Australia and former colleague of mine, Malcolm Turnbull, and his wife, Lucy Turnbull, who was the Lord Mayor of Sydney. Drawing on both of their experiences working in local and national politics to consider democratic leadership, which we will dive into today. We have come a long way in 1 year. Of course, none of this would be possible without the dedication and encouragement, most importantly, the encouragement from our committed supporters around the world, including many of you in the audience who have been to every one of our events. I wish to thank Stan Shi, Daniel Tsai, and Irene Tsai for believing in the project and giving their considerable time and encouragement to help establish this center. Our founding donors, the Fubon Educational and Cultural Foundation, Acer, MediaTek, provided the funds to set up in Taipei, with the Fubon Foundation actually housing CAPRI and its staff in its early days. Since our founding, TSMC, UMC, Chen Yun Foundation, Jewish Taiwan Cultural Association, Wege Foundation, and Tongho Steel have also provided generous funding and active support. I am here to introduce our keynote speaker, whom I've been lucky enough to know for over a quarter century. He has provided unwavering encouragement for the establishment of an international think tank to be based here in Taipei to further promote a policy research network in the Asia Pacific. In 2020, Malcolm invited me to establish an Asia Pacific hub for the Reform for Resilience Commission, then based in London, with the UK parliamentarian George Freeman and Jose Manuel Barroso, the chairman of Gavi, who are also our council member of CAPRI. We then invited Harvard Chan School of Public Health to be our secretariat. Both Malcolm and I understood that if the commission were to be successful and to achieve the aims of building a more resilient, sustainable model of growth for the world in the wake of the COVID-19 challenge, Asia Pacific needed to have a stronger voice. It was from this start that CAPRI would emerge, placing the Asia Pacific experience at the center of policymaking and research to benefit the world. Finally, none of this would be possible without the dedicated staff CAPRI has been lucky enough to hire. Special thanks must be given to my very first employees who believed in this project before there was any sign that it was actually real. That included Cecilia Ying, Caroline Freed, Siwei Huang, and Alistair Lang, who is our MC today. They have been with me from the start, overcoming all the hurdles that CAPRI establishment has presented. In today's forum, you will hear from CAPRI's International Advisory Council members, its board of directors, and senior fellows who are contributors to CAPRI's ongoing research. Because the program is very tight and will end promptly at 1:30, we hope that you will look at our program to look at online the background of each of our speakers, who are all very fascinating. This past year has highlighted Asia Pacific's leadership, from its participation in the G20 and G7 meetings to its success in economic growth and pandemic recovery. The region is showing the world how we can emerge from these crises stronger and more resilient. For these important gatherings, CAPRI has put out statements in conjunction with other organizations to put out, again, the Asia Pacific voice. As policymakers move beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, our annual forum is showcasing both the achievement and work that still needs to be done to build more resilient societies. Across 6 sessions today, you will learn about the pressing challenges to Asia-Pacific in resilience, with our experts offering not just the problems, but potential solutions as the region emerges from this latest crisis and prepares for future ones, which will surely come. And like the phoenix, both Asia and the world can rise from the ashes of the pandemic to build a more resilient, sustainable future for now and generations to come. I'd like to welcome my dear friend, Malcolm Turnbull.
That's great, thank you. Well, thank you, Shirley Lynn, for your characteristically wise and warm introduction, and for your vision in establishing the Centre for Asia-Pacific Resilience and Innovation, CAPRI. And I want to echo Shirley's thanks to CAPRI's supporters, advisors, and researchers. I believe this think tank can play a vitally important role in our region, and its location here in Taipei is of enormous significance. Taiwanese perspectives and experience are more important than ever. A few years ago, I asked whether liberal democracy was caught between the rise of authoritarian regimes like China and Russia on the one hand, and divisive populist politics on the other, battered between the anvil of Xi Jinping and the hammer of Donald Trump. Since then, the challenge of authoritarian governments has gone from menace and bullying to the brutal violence of war. Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine has seen tanks and armies return to the bloodiest battlefields of World War II. So far, Putin's war has achieved the exact reverse of all that he'd expected. Ukraine did not fold up in a few days. The Ukrainian people's will to fight has been as tenacious as it has been courageous. NATO was not divided. It's stronger than ever. And 2 neutral nations on Russia's border, Sweden and Finland, are joining NATO. The West is more united in defence of democracy than ever. European nations that had lived in fear of the Red Army have seen the reality of Russia's lumbering military machine and are now rearming. In 1 year of conflict, Russia's casualties are more than 3 times the death toll suffered in the 10 years of the Soviet Union's war in Afghanistan. Far from reinstating the old Soviet empire, Putin has galvanized Ukrainian nationalism and de-Finlandized Finland. The economic costs to Russia have been immense. Its best and brightest are fleeing rather than be flung into the front line, and Putin finds himself now effectively a client of China. The lesson from Ukraine is straightforward. Democracies must support each other. If Putin had been able to prevail in Ukraine, not only would the democratic sovereignty of that nation have been snuffed out, but every other authoritarian regime would be encouraged to follow Russia's example. Closer to home, the singular objective of the democracies in the Asia-Pacific, and reinforced by what we have seen in Ukraine, is to ensure that the strong do not do as they will, and that the big fish, in Lee Kuan Yew's words, do not eat the little fish. Our resolute defence of democracy and the right of nations to determine their own destiny free from coercion must never flag or falter. However, while the external threats to democracies are all too real, in my view, the greatest threats are from within. It is only a little more than 2 years ago that we saw a mob storm the US Capitol in an attempt to overthrow the lawful constitutional transfer of power to a new administration. Even today, we are told a majority of Republican voters believe or claim to believe that Donald Trump won the 2020 election and that Joe Biden's presidency is illegitimate. Now, for years, we've always been amused that this or that percentage of Americans believe Elvis is still alive or the world is flat. But when a large percentage of the population are persuaded to believe such a dangerously consequential lie as that their own government is illegitimate, we have a very serious problem. Disinformation is more widespread than ever. Promised a marketplace of ideas where the truth would prevail, we are, in fact, drowning in lies. Governments around the world have had to battle with deadly disinformation about vaccines. And deadly is the right word, because so many people died from COVID because they had refused to be vaccinated. In some cases, including here in Taiwan, foreign actors play a role in the spreading of disinformation, fomenting division, undermining trust in government and institutions. But we should not imagine this problem of disinformation is only an external one. Whether in the United States or my country, Australia, or many other democracies, there are more than enough locals who are wicked or crazy enough to spread the lies. And they are not simply wild conspiracy theorists furiously typing in their bedrooms late at night. In the United States, the largest and most influential news network, Fox News, repeated and amplified Trump's claim that the election had been stolen, despite the senior management of that company, including Rupert Murdoch, knowing that those claims were false. In other words, they spread lies, knowing they were lies, because they believed they were lies their audience wanted to be told. As a consequence, Fox has already had to pay $787 million in damages to the Dominion voting machine company, and other claims await resolution. Politics and public policy operate in an environment, an ecosystem, of which the media is the most important element. Whether it is mainstream curated media or social media, that's where we find out what is happening, following debates, exchange ideas, good or bad. And that's why there is a very wise old saying that the politician who complains about the media is like a sailor who complains about the sea. The media sea in which we operate has changed dramatically in recent years. 20 years ago, there was no social media, and curated mainstream media, by and large, sought to attract a broad audience. So while newspapers might lean left or right if they wanted an audience large enough to support a viable level of advertising revenue, they had to be credible to a wide cross-section of the community. However, digital technologies have dramatically reduced the cost of publishing. Social media has made all of us publishers with enormous reach. Smartphones have meant we possess the capabilities of a television studio in our pocket. In short, the media landscape is totally transformed. When I worked as a television reporter in the mid-1970s, I would go out on an assignment with a cameraman, a sound recordist. We would film the interview, we'd go back to the studio, it'd take ages to edit it, and all those physical processes were very laborious and expensive. Nowadays, you see reporters on the road, literally armed with their smartphone, streaming live onto the air. So it's a completely different world we're living in. The upshot has been that it is now possible to monetize very small audiences. And increasingly, people are living in media silos where they're receiving news and information that conforms and reinforces their own prejudices and points of view. For years, as we discussed media policies, and I think this has been pretty universal around the world, we'd talk about the risk of monopolies. The more voices, the better, we would say, so that, for example, the left would balance the right. That's still a good point and a fair point, but it's much less relevant. In an American context, MSNBC does not balance Fox News because the people who are glued to Fox do not watch MSNBC and vice versa. At the same time, as competition for the attention of viewers, eyeballs, becomes more intense, both mainstream media channels and social media platforms seek to increase engagement by riling people up. So much news today is angertainment, and this is delivered both by the algorithms that determine your feed on YouTube or Twitter or Facebook, and by the producers, frankly, of many news channels. The consequence is that society becomes more divided, more angry, and less capable of resolving issues at the centre. Now, every democracy is different, but I think the United States is the best and best known example of this problem. There is no question that today that country, the democracy on whose stability all of us rely, is more divided than it has ever been since the Civil War, nearly 160 years ago. In politics, disunity is death, as we say in Australia, or as Lincoln himself said, a house divided against itself cannot stand. So what is to be done? How do we make our democracies resilient in the face of this challenge? We have to stand up for truth and call out lies for what they are. There used to be a received wisdom in politics that you shouldn't respond to wild and outrageous claims lest you give them oxygen, greater salience. In the viral world of social media, that is no longer the case. And I learnt this the hard way myself in the 2016 election, when we lost a number of seats due to a ludicrous lie, or we thought it was ludicrous, put about by our political opponents that my government was going to sell Medicare, which, as some of you would know, is the government agency that funds primary health care, basically pays for going to the doctor. It's unsaleable. It was a nonsensical proposition, but it was pushed out on digital channels to older, less educated voters in marginal districts, and it worked. So the answer is that when lies are told, no matter how crazy, they have to be corrected and rebutted with great energy and speed. Our Electoral Commission in Australia, for example, has been very active doing that to counteract various lies and conspiracy theories designed to undermine faith in our electoral system. They use every digital channel and act immediately, quite unlike the usual stately government response, which, as all of us who've worked in government know, normally takes days, if not weeks. But that type of dynamic response, using what I call a whack-a-mole approach to falsehoods, really worked. Similarly, dynamic approaches have worked with respect to disinformation about COVID and vaccines. But this can't be left to governments alone. Responsible media organisations who believe in reporting the facts should call out those who do not. We all have to be active in fending off lies and disinformation. It's not easy. I've recently done a series of podcasts on defending democracy, and in one of them I interviewed the courageous Philippines Nobel Prize-winning journalist Maria Ressa, who founded Rappler, which has run a very dynamic fact-checking operation. And that is a rough political environment in the Philippines, as you know. Mr. Duterte was a very frightening, menacing president, to say the least. But she notes, Maria Ressa notes, that lies get more clicks than the correction. And, you know, there's another old saying, a lie is halfway around the world before the truth has got its boots on. All of that's true, but that's no reason to stop pushing back. Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon, once said that his tactic was to, and I quote, flood the zone with shit. Excuse me for that term, it's his phrase, not mine. By which he meant to pump out so many lies and disinformation that people became confused and lost trust in government and established authorities, and so became susceptible to the latest conspiracy theory. Well, the answer to that, as my friend Theresa May said to me on another podcast recently, is to flood the zone with facts. Trust can be built, and it's on a foundation of truth. 3 T's: truth and transparency build trust. And that's true whether you're in government or in business or in any line of work. Truth and transparency. Tell the truth, be transparent so people can see the basis for what you're saying and why it is correct, and that will build trust. And that's where those governments that had trust, built trust in their communities, as I believe our governments did in Australia and your government here in Taiwan did, had much better outcomes with COVID management, managing the pandemic, than those jurisdictions where governments were not trusted. Now, advertisers also have responsibility. If a news or social media platform is peddling lies and disinformation, don't advertise on it. And if you're a consumer and a particular company is advertising on a television channel that's peddling lies, tell them you won't buy their products. And this works. One particularly extreme and misogynistic radio commentator in Australia lost his job because advertisers didn't want to be associated with him. And even though he had plenty of listeners, they weren't paying the bills. So the basically consumer action, advertiser action held him to account. Now finally, institutions and electoral systems really matter. In my view, politics in a democracy is most effective when the debate or the contest is conducted at the centre. That's where most of the people are. And it also means cooperation and compromise are most likely to be achieved. The media environment has increasingly pushed politics in many democracies to the extreme. Again, the US is the best, or if you like, worst example. It's not helped by their voting system, which entrenches the 2 big parties, so that in most cases the contest that determines whether someone is elected to Congress is not the general election, but rather the party primary. Now, we have largely avoided that problem in Australia because for a century we have had 3 distinct features in our electoral system. In our parliamentary system, electorate boundaries, district boundaries, are drawn by an independent electoral commission. So there's no gerrymandering. The politicians can't draw their own boundaries. Secondly, we have compulsory voting. All Australians over 18 have to be on the electoral roll and have to vote. We estimate that of all Australians over the age of 18, 97% are on the roll. And the Electoral Commission's looking for the other 3%, I can assure you. Our turnout is typically about 93%. And that means candidates do not have to run off to the extreme to rile up their base to get them out to vote. And Australians do have a very strong sense of civic responsibility in voting. In end of 2017, when I was PM, we held a national plebiscite on whether we should legalise same-sex marriage. It was a very difficult and divisive political issue. And it was entirely voluntary, absolutely voluntary, postal ballot. 80% of people chose to vote in a completely voluntary ballot. And 62% voted yes, so it was legalised. Now, thirdly, we have preferential or ranked choice voting, and I think in many respects this is the most important thing. So if, for example, there are 4 candidates for a position, a seat in Parliament, you have to number them 1 through 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 4, 3, 2, 1. You can number them whichever way you like, but you have to fill in all the squares. Now, this makes it much easier for independents to win. And this was the most interesting feature of the election last year, where there was a change of government. That's obviously important, but what happened with these independents was the most significant. My party, the Liberal Party, is, despite its name, the centre-right party, equivalent of the Conservatives in the UK. And after I left the leadership in 2018, I was PM from about 3 years, just under 3 years, many people felt that the party had moved too far to the right, particularly on climate issues, where my successor, Mr Morrison, was seen to be much less committed to taking action to reduce emissions. As a result of this, in many traditionally safe Liberal electorates, including my old seat in Sydney's eastern suburbs, small L Liberal candidates ran on platforms featuring stronger climate action as well as other progressive issues. Those independents collectively now hold 9 seats in a parliament of 151. All of them are women, and all of those seats had been super safe, large L Liberal seats. Once successful in our system, independents are very, very hard to dislodge. They generally only leave the seat when they, choose to or die. So you can imagine the significance of that. If you've got, in a parliamentary system, if your objective is to get to 76, which is, more than 50% of 151, and 9 of your safest seats are now on the crossbench in the hands of independents, that is a real blow. That's a real message. Now, these independents were able to win because of the voting system. Typically, the incumbent, large L Liberal candidate's primary vote dropped from over 50% to around 40%. The independent won about 30%. And then, when preferences were distributed from, say, the Labor Party, the Greens and other parties, they won on the fully distributed votes, what we call the two-party preferred votes. Now, interestingly, in the United States, the 2 jurisdictions where they have ranked choice voting at a national level are Alaska and Maine, 2 very small states. But they are nonetheless, their Republican representatives are much more centrist than they are anywhere else. So preferential voting brings people to the centre. Now, in other words, the electoral system meant that traditional Liberal voters, dissatisfied with their party, had a centrist option. And of course, it sent the most unmistakable message that running off to the extreme may fire up some of your political base or your friends in the media, but it can be electorally deadly. Now, our institutions, designed so long ago, and there's no one alive that can take credit for them. They've been there for, as I said, for 100 years. They proved to be very resilient in these stressful times. And resilience matters, whether it's defending democracy, the environment, or public health. And as resilience matters, so CAPRI matters. The more we understand our common challenges, compare our respective responses and work up better ones, the more able we will be to deal with the accelerating challenges we face in these times when the pace and scale of change is greater than ever. And it's very fitting that we're having these discussions here in Taiwan, the embodiment of CAPRI's mission, resilience and innovation in the Asia-Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. I'd like to take this moment to tell our in-person audience about the QR codes on the back of your lanyards. The top code will direct you to our feedback form, where we'd love to hear your thoughts on today's events, so CAPRI can continue to provide interesting and informative public events in Taipei and beyond. The bottom code will direct you to the CAPRI website, where you can find details of our events, research, and plans for 2023. Full recordings are available of our previous events, including Lucy and Malcolm Turnbull's discussion at the University of Virginia and Dr. Richard Bush's visit to Taipei in March. There you can also find CAPRI's research publications, which consider how to build healthier, more resilient societies. CAPRI partners with organizations across the globe, building its international network to place Asia-Pacific at the heart of international policymaking, and full details can be found on the CAPRI website. And now I wish to introduce our first panel. Understanding the Importance of Think Tanks in a World of Uncertainty, with an introduction from Professor Christopher Bursay. I invite the panelists to the stage for a photo, followed by opening remarks. Thank you. And please take your seats.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Morning. I would have wanted to greet you in Chinese, but I don't want to make fun of myself. I haven't practiced, so let me just greet you in Filipino. No? Isang mapagpala at mapagpalayang araw po sa ating lahat. In English, it's a nurturing and liberating morning to us all. Okay, so I'm your moderator for this panel. I'm Christopher Bursay. I'm the Dean and Associate Professor of the National College of Public Administration and Governance at the University of the Philippines in Manila, in Quezon City. And I work primarily in the area of disaster risk management, climate action, crisis management, and policy mobilities. And we're lucky to have with us today for this panel, of course, a distinguished, panelists, panel of experts. And starting off with here to my left, Sanjoy Joshi, who is the Chairman and CEO of Observer Research Foundation, ORF, which is the 20th, ranked 20th globally among think tanks in the world, including US think tanks, so, and number 2 in Asia. And of course, that's because of Sanjoy's leadership. And Sanjoy is also teaching in different universities in UK. And for the youngsters here, he has a university YouTube commentary. If you're interested, you can follow on the place of India in the the whole primarily in geopolitics. And next to him is of course Harry Harding, maybe a familiar face to us all here. Let's give him a round of applause. Also, is a Yushon scholar at National Chengchi University and also a professor emeritus at the University of Virginia. And he's one of our well-published and well-respected scholars on Asia and Asian-US relations. So, Harry, here for you. He is also working on an upcoming book to tracing the relationship between US and China from Clinton to Trump. So, better watch out for that. Maybe you can talk to him afterwards. And last but not the least, we have Alicia Garcia Herrero. Oh, yeah. She's the chief economist for Asia Pacific at Natixis, but she also serves as a senior fellow at Bruegels, a Brussels-based think tank working primarily with central banks all over the world. well published. She's also, you might have seen her in international media, in CNN, CBS, and so on. And also in social media, she's quite active. In 2020, she was #6 top social media leader by Refinitiv. Yeah. So many of our panelists here, actually, if you want to learn more about their thoughts and insights about our topic, you can engage with them even after the event. But anyway, to save on time, we have about 30 minutes. Let me just put some context to the panel today. In today's panel, we'll be talking about how think tanks can play a role in dealing with the different uncertainties that we're facing now, particularly in terms of shaping public policy and promoting resilience. And resilience itself is not exactly a new concept. No? It's something that we have been discussing, in different fields, in different disciplines. In 1973, Hollings, for example, talked about it in the context of ecological stability. And since then, it has been discussed quite extensively in different disciplines, in infrastructure engineering, in sociology, in psychology, and even to some extent, and even to later on in IT, in climate change, and more recently, of course, we talk about it in the context of public health and the pandemic, which is, of course, the theme of this year's panel. And we have, as a concept, back in 2020 or so, one of the UN agencies in the Philippines also asked me about, to develop a framework for assessing resilience in the Philippines. And one of the things we realized when we did that was that you could not really capture resilience in just one box or one discipline. It's largely multidisciplinary. So we cannot talk about resilience just from the perspective of economic resilience alone. We have to look at resilience in the context of social resilience. And then we have to talk about resilience in the environment, resilience in the infrastructure, the social resilience, and so on. And from a management perspective, it involves, of course, managing assets, different kinds of assets, from the natural assets to environmental assets, human assets, financial assets, and so on. And the other thing we've realized is the fact that, when you say resilience, primarily it means mobilizing the whole of society. We cannot just talk about resilience and then place it on the burden of the government. We have to look at resilience across all sectors of society, from the government all the way down to the communities. And that would mean, of course, that we have to develop certain level of capacities. And in our review, regardless of discipline, there are three main characteristics when it comes to capacities or a system that's resilient or to different disruptions. Number one is that we found out that a system has to be able to sort of like anticipate future disruptions, future uncertainties, basically. We should be prepared for that. And the other one is the capacity to be able to cope and deal, maybe even absorb certain impacts, and in the process adapt to the different possibilities. And the last aspect has something to do with our capacity to recover quickly and for the better. Because the main problem, especially in many countries in the Asia Pacific, is that we tend to recover from certain disruptions without necessarily learning from those experiences. So we recover and we return back to the same old state that made us vulnerable in the first place. So the idea with becoming resilient is to be able to bounce back or build back better. So it is in this context that I'd like to situate our discussion now when it comes to think tanks and how think tanks, for example, can shape policy and promote resilience, given the uncertainties that were partially mentioned also by Malcolm earlier. And so, but before we go into that, I'd like to start off with Harry. And Harry, if you can give us quickly like an overview of how think tanks have evolved and shaped public policy in the US or elsewhere in the past.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you for the introduction to the panel. It's a great pleasure to be with my fellow panelists, Sanjoy and Alicia, whom I like and respect very, very much. It's a great pleasure to be here as part of this initial annual CAPRI Forum. It's hard for me to generalize about the evolution of think tanks in the United States. I've been involved with a lot of them over the years. The first one was the RAND Corporation, which was a national security think tank funded by the US government when I was a graduate student in 1968, through many others up to most recently the Miller Center for Public Affairs, which is basically a think tank that focuses on the issues that face the presidency of the United States and how different presidents have dealt with them. So it's hard to generalize, but let me try by identifying what I think have been some of the most important changes that I've witnessed, either personally or by following the think tanks that I've been involved with or that I've observed. I think the most important one is that think tanks have evolved their agendas. There have been a variety of new issues that have been added to the agendas, the research and outreach agendas of American think tanks over the years. A lot of those have to do with the changing issues that have confronted the national government of the United States. For obvious reasons, that's a very important agenda for think tanks. So this has gone from basically an early issue of how government could manage the economy, increasing concerns about civil rights and social freedoms, new security issues as the Cold War evolved, the war in Vietnam continued, and up to the new issues of environmental protection and environmental sustainability, climate change, in other words. So the agenda has changed a lot. One particular detail that I'm always fascinated on reflecting about, when I was first working with think tanks and attended their meetings such as this, economics, domestic economics, was very important. International economics and foreign economics policy was always waited until the last session after lunch, the final day, when everybody was already heading for the airport. It just wasn't considered to be that important. And the rise of global economic issues, globalization and its consequences, is perhaps the most dramatic change, the addition to the agenda that I remember. The second one is that think tanks in the United States have become more political, more partisan, and more ideological over the years. My first serious think tank experience was working in a long-term appointment at the Brookings Institution. It had the reputation of being a democratic think tank. That's Democratic, capital D, Democratic Party. It had the reputation of being liberal. I, at that point in my young life, was a Republican. I didn't consider myself to be that liberal. And so I had great doubts about joining this think tank that I might not agree with. So I was on the alert in the interviews. If anybody asked me, what is your political party affiliation? That would have been a no-go for me. Had anybody asked me, I would have seriously rejected the position. I was even on the alert for people asking me questions, okay, Harry, you're a China specialist. What should our China policy be? In other words, are we going to agree with what you write? That was another red line. They never asked. The question they asked is, if you come here, what would you like to do research about? Nobody asked me what I would conclude. It was completely nonpartisan, independent, apolitical. That was a surprise to me, but a very, very welcome one. That has changed over the years. More and more think tanks in Washington have become more political and, in some sense, more ideological. They obviously take different positions on important issues. And you can say this is a good thing or a bad thing, but it is a major, major change that has occurred. Third and finally, is the change in the media through which think tanks in the United States express their recommendations and their analyses. I think when I began, we wrote books. That was the main thing that Brookings did. And we had the rather naive assumption that those books would go straight to the president, straight to cabinet secretaries, and would be placed either on their desk or maybe at worst on the side bed table, so they would be reading it at night before they went to sleep. Unfortunately, we eventually discovered that busy policymakers do not have time to read long books, especially long and detailed ones of the sort that Brookings put out. We found, and this was in the years before Amazon, that we were selling books, obviously not through online bookstores like Amazon, but through real brick and mortar bookstores. But the main sets of bookstores to which our books were sold to our readers were university bookstores, which meant that much to our dismay, it sounds better now to me than it did at the time, we were basically writing very classy high school textbooks. That's not what we had in mind. So like many others, we changed our media and we began to think about shorter opinion pieces. We began to have meetings for the general public, not just press conferences, with all respect to our press journalistic friends here, not just press conferences where we would report on our research. And of course, later to podcasts, to various online ways of reaching audiences. So I'd like to put it this way. We went from being typing fingers or writing hands to talking heads. And now I think Sanjoy has taught me to say, you should say hashtag publicist, you could say. That's been another major change. So I think that there will be changes that will continue as the agenda changes in particular, and as changes in the media change as well. So the continuing, ongoing story of American think tanks is not yet concluded. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Harry. On that note, let me ask Alicia, because I don't want the economic expert to be the last. Can you share us a bit about your experience working with Bruegels and some of the maybe success stories in shaping policy, working with central banks and so on?
Thank you, Chris. This is a challenge because I'm going to talk actually going further as to what Harry just said on the value chain of think tanks. This is, I guess, something that the audience will relate given your role in the semiconductor value chain. But this is about think tanks, and this is what I think Taiwan really needs. And this will be the last point of our panel. But before, I need to convince you that you really need this. And I'm going to do that. I just had to go through the long list of think tanks I've been involved in and what are the differences between them. And I happen to be involved in 3 think tanks which are university-based, because we kind of thought all of the think tanks are just think tanks. It so happens that universities also have research institutes, policy-related research institutes. So the East Asia Institute at NUS, Hong Kong, University of Science and Technology has quite a few think tanks research, policy research think tanks, Cornell. All of these are great venues to transform research into policy ideas. But the reality is that they tend to transform their own research. So it remains slightly silo because, and I'm not saying it's not useful, but it's the first step of the value chain of think tanks. A first step that then actual think tanks without university affiliations develop further. And that's, the example of several others. I'm involved in a China-centric, actually quite interesting, China-centric think tank in Berlin. And of course, more of a security one in Spain, and Bruegel, which is your question. And I want to dwell on Bruegel because I think it can be quite inspiring for CAPRI. And why is it the case? It's because Bruegel had the same challenges that, in a way, CAPRI is facing, because it started as a dream of European nations being less nations and more European. And in a way, the idea here is, and it was all about civil society, kind of downplay a little bit the sovereign states and talk to people. What do you need? And take research from universities and research-related think tanks or policy research centers and convert it into something that people can understand all over Europe, and by the way, all over the world, because by now Bruegel has around 100,000 subscribers. and half of them are outside of Europe. So the whole idea was to get all of these 28 countries to share views and then bring those European views already to the world and the world to Europe. Was it easy? No. And why wasn't it easy? Because, Harry, you're talking about how more political think tanks are in one country. Just imagine in 28 countries. Yeah? I mean, the push of the sovereign to kind of, which by the way, finance Bruegel. So, you need to make sure that all of these sovereign don't overdo what Bruegel was trying to do. And that's hard. And the second thing is you don't want to be dominated by technicians. You know what I mean? Technicians. Ideas that nobody understands. So you need to transform that to be understood all over the place, which is not easy. So communications is key. No more books, although books need to be read, by the way, for the hashtag. You cannot just hashtag if you don't read the books. Somebody has to read those books. That's the role of think tanks. So you can't remain shallow. You need to go deep and back to what people can understand. That's, in my view, the role of the think tanks, independence, and finally, be quick. And I think the pandemic showed us how important think tanks are to come to policy options that everybody needs. So for me, think tanks have become more important than ever because our problems have become more urgent than ever, quicker than ever. This is not only public health, obviously public health, but also technology. How fast is now ChatGPT into our lives and nobody understands what the impact is going to be? So no matter how much basic research or social research in the case of that specific problem can do, we need think tanks to react very quickly, possibly not with a national view, but with a global view, at least a regional view in the case of Asia. So that would be all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Thank you for that. Sanjoy, can you share with us some of the good experiences you've had, success stories you've had with ORF?
Thanks, Chris, and Lisa, it's a pleasure being back in Taipei after the pandemic for the first time, thanks to you. And being part of CAPRI has been a great experience for me. Chris, your question about success. Success is relative. Many times, I'd like to paraphrase that with a statement saying, success often is not a matter of who you are or what you are. Success very often is a matter of where you find yourself to be at a particular point of time. And with regard to ORF, for whatever we have done, we've achieved or not achieved, let me get into take Harry's point as to how think tanks evolved in India. It's a different story. In India, there were no think tanks. There were a few shark tanks which were run by the political parties, but no think tanks really. Then 1990 at the same time, which is a very important year for, I think, decade for Taiwan. For India also, India was going through a crisis. We had a severe balance of payments crisis. We had a weak government in power. We could not build consensus. And so ORF was created as an organization to manage divergence, to manage different ideas across the political spectrum, to reach a consensus on a process of reform which had become inevitable. So there was a political need for that kind of an organization to be created, and that is how ORF was born. And because of its beginnings, the rest is history. India went through a process. We government did cobble together a consensus to bring about actual genuine journey of reform, which had dramatic influence not just on India, but across the world. And Indian economy became what it was, starting with that process. Now, ORF, yes, played a role there. It played a seminal role in that process. But what it primarily did, as I said, was the ability and the credo that you must get divergence together, get different voices, different political parties, left, right, center, around a table, give them a platform with just one mandate. This is necessary. This needs to be done and build a common minimum platform. So that is how ORF had its beginnings. So when you say success, that is how I would like to describe it. There was a time, there was a place, and that is where we succeeded. Things moved, things have moved on since then. Then the next thing which happened was, technology became big in India. Technology became big in India because, I would say, in spite of the government. The government did not understand the IT sector, so it forgot to regulate it. So it had runaway growth. The government worked during the day and the IT sector grew at night when the government was sleeping. And phenomenal growth in communications, IT technology took place during those decades. And in between that process, around the years 2008, 2009, 2010, we realized that this is a time when we will need to start thinking about technology policy. So we were then one of the first organizations to enter and jump into the idea of getting technologists, the big IT companies and others together, and trying to understand what is happening. Ultimately, yes, as we all today understand, the sector needs to be regulated. There needs to be fulsome, wholesome regulation which does not ultimately kill innovation. Because regulation can also, the big danger with regulation is a double danger. Either you over-regulate or you under-regulate. Or you over-regulate by people, certain companies, certain entities capturing regulation. So captive regulation becomes more dangerous. So you end up building monopolies. So the path to regulation is complex. The path to policy making is extremely complex. So that is another area we entered into at the right time, at the right place. But I would fundamentally say that what ORF began by doing and what it still tries to do in a world which has become even more fractious. India is a very argumentative country, has always been very argumentative. Our big religious book, the Gita, is about an argument taking place over 18 chapters at the beginning of a war. Instead of fighting a war, there's an argument between the teacher and his acolyte as to why this war should take place. So this has been the Indian credo. So we found a space, we found a niche, and after that there has been a plethora of think tanks coming into India. There's been a good growth of a number of organizations. And think tanks, it's a very loose label. There are different kinds of organizations which fit in under this umbrella called think tanks. And each one charts its own path, becomes its own self. That's what I would say.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Sanjoy. You mentioned already some challenges that the think tanks have encountered over the years. Let me just contextualize it in the context of CAPRI. For example, it's a new regional or international think tank. How do you see, what are the kind of challenges that maybe we should anticipate and overcome in the coming years? Can you, maybe we'll start off with Sanjoy and then Harry and then Alicia.
See, again, talking of CAPRI and where it finds itself. I mean, you can look at it as a challenge, but see, there are far too many opportunities today than challenges. And I would even say for any new organization. In fact, CAPRI's biggest strength is the fact that it came after 2020. I think many of us think tanks, including many in the US, are today jaded organizations. We were born in a different world. CAPRI is the only organization which has been seeded and founded at a time when the world, I talk of uncertainty, think tanks revel in uncertainty. But for us, uncertainty was something on the horizon, distant. There was a cloud out there which you had to maybe find a path towards, navigate. We were looking forward to it, and that is the uncertainty we're living in. 2020 uncertainty became a pandemic. It hit everybody. It was, ultimately it has seeped into every institution of ours. And that is a bigger challenge. The 3 years post-2020, we are living in a very, very different world. This is a world where instead of looking ahead to the horizon, I would say the horizon has ceased to exist. There's no horizon. And we are finding ourselves in a world which is actually starting to look back. We are reinventing history today. We're trying to go back. Some countries are going back 20 years, some countries are going back to the old Cold War, the divide between the East and the West. The pandemic actually drew another major fault line, which is a forgotten divide between the North and the South. We'd forgotten the North and South divide. We didn't talk about it. When we assemble in think tanks today and in conferences like this, we are again talking about the deep North and South divide, how we have different attitudes, how we're very, very different countries. So these are divides which have been created. We have moved forward only to go back. Now, in this environment, in this situation, I think a new think tank like CAPRI again can reset the clock and move forward, move ahead. You started with the pandemic. Your major studies have been with the challenges thrown up by COVID. And as Malcolm reminded us yesterday when he was speaking at the ISE, no country really came out with flying colors in the pandemic. Everyone had problems. Everyone realized the limitations of the institutions. Every country realized the lack of capacity in its health systems, in its response systems, in its economic systems. It's a much wider domain which got threatened by the pandemic, and we're still feeling the effects. So in this very, very uncertain world, which you find ourselves in, and where uncertain meaning it's a pandemic of uncertainty which has hit every institution, every political party, every country, every economy today. We don't know which way we're headed. Now here is an opportunity for a think tank like CAPRI and for all think tanks to, yes, reinvent themselves and look again, move a world forward rather than backward. That I would say is the challenge.
Okay, thank you, Sanjoy. Let me just jump right off to our last question, Hari. Because mentioned about Sanjoy mentioned about the potential role of CAPRI as a in a special place based in Taiwan, and potentially challenging some of the difficulties in typical think tanks. Let me ask you, Hari, how do you see the potential of an organization like CAPRI to break down or break national barriers, or maybe even improving U.S.-Asian relations, given that it's your expertise? Thank you.
Well, I think national barriers will always exist to some degree, and there will be differences in perspective, in priorities, in answers from society to society, and that will be, I think, a positive thing. I think that where CAPRI's potential comes in is exactly what we've already talked about. Most think tanks in Asia are very closely associated with government, or sometimes with the major corporations that establish them. Some of them are funded by the government. Some of those government-funded think tanks do very good work. But I think that what we can do is to set a model for independence and for dialogue across different sectors and across different issues. And try, above all, to draw the experience from Asia, looking at it as objectively and independently as we can, to identify strengths, weaknesses, successes, failures, to draw those lessons and to convey them to the rest of the world. Not to be copied, but to be studied, to be considered, to be learned from. And as several of us have already said, there is a very vibrant Asia-Pacific region, but it doesn't talk to each other as much as you actually might think. There are very few think tanks that think and act regionally, and CAPRI would like to provide that regional voice, regional research, and regional solutions or suggestions for the rest of the world. I think that will be what CAPRI can actually accomplish. We're going to try very hard to do that. It won't be easy, but we're going to try hard to do that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Hari. I'd like to end this with the last question for Alicia. Well, we've discussed about it already last night, but basically, what would set CAPRI apart from the others? What do you think would be the, I would say, deal breakers for CAPRI to really make and advance this whole concept of building resilience, promoting innovation in the region?
Thanks. So actually, I think everything has been said, but I'll try to wrap it up because I think it's a mixture of what Sanjay said and Hari said. From Sanjay's side, it's really about the fact that we are new and we can choose the topics that are most relevant today. So I'm not arguing that security isn't relevant, but it's a national topic. Here we're talking about global, certainly regional, but even global topics that affect everybody. And that's clearly the case of resilience, as you well explained in your introduction. There are no borders for resilience. We learned that from COVID. And whoever can become more resilient can teach somebody else to become more resilient, because that is by no means a problem for the first, isn't it? It's a solution, because we learned from COVID that it's just about, you know, the weakest point of the chain, as we've said. And that's why this is totally encompassing and a great area of research to share, because that's what CAPRI is about. And although for innovation, we could think that is also, you know, like technology transfer that we shouldn't share, we've learned that that doesn't go anywhere either, yeah? And therefore, I think the choice of topics is essential. We can talk about also mental health, yeah, which we've learned the hard way, how important it is during COVID. So all of those topics are not there in traditional think tanks. First of all, they don't have the people. They're stuck with the old topics, and we can do much better on that. And finally, this is Harry. The idea of CAPRI is to trespass borders, which is so hard in Asia. It's hard everywhere. I gave the example of Europe, no matter, you know, the fact we have even a monetary union, and we still have this intrinsic national interest. So I think by choosing the topics that are not linked to national interest, we are already, by definition, trespassing those borders and being able to have an Asian view for the world, and the world involved in the Asian view, so that we're not like far apart, creating silos. So that's what I think CAPRI can do.
Okay, thank you for that, Alicia. Yeah, I think that would end our panel, but let me just quickly summarize. What we're getting is that an organization, a think tank like CAPRI, really does, has a potential to play a critical role in overcoming, traditional barriers that we see, in geopolitics. But of course, the road ahead is not going to be laid with a better process. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be challenging. But as I would always say, if it's not difficult, then it's not worth doing. So again, thank you very much. Thank you to our panel, Sanjoy, Harry, and Alicia. Let's please give them a round of applause. Maraming salamat. Sheshe.
Well, thank you again to our first panelists. And we now move on to our second panel on the topic of investing in health to yield long-term economic benefits. I wish to invite the speakers onto the stage for a photo, followed by discussion. And please look to the back. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for joining today. We've got a really interesting panel today on investing in health to yield long-term economic benefits. Now, I hope I won't be doing our panelists an injustice by keeping their long and distinguished CVs very short, because I'm very keen to move on to the conversation, but I'll try to keep it brief. So we have at the end over there, we've got Professor E.K. Yu. He is currently at the Chinese University of Hong Kong as the Director for the Center for Health Systems and Policy Research. He's also the former Secretary for Health, Welfare and Food for the Hong Kong government, also advisor to WHO. We also have Professor Margaret Foster Riley, who is a Professor of Law, Public Health Sciences and Public Policy at the University of Virginia. We also have Professor Mina Kang, who is a professor in the Department of Public Administration at Ewha Women's University. And here we have Professor Ying Teo, who is the Dean at the Saw Swee Hock School of Public Health at the University of Singapore. So thank you everyone for joining today. And I find with these kind of discussions, it's good to really start with, looking at what's essentially at stake. And I think we can maybe start with Professor Kang here, just to maybe explain why resilient health systems are so integral to maintaining a healthy economy. So why don't you kick us off?
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for this valuable opportunity to talk about my understanding of resilient health system and how it can contribute to a healthy economy. Well, most importantly, resilient health system can contribute to a healthy economy by safeguarding individuals, not only patients, workers, or healthcare providers, but also consumers, decision makers, and implementers, as well as businesses from closures or disruptions. In addition, there are many other ways that resilient health system can contribute to a healthy economy, including, first of all, resilient health systems are better prepared to respond to health emergencies. A society with a resilient health systems have the capacity to detect and manage threats, mobilize resources efficiently, and implement effective response measures which can minimize disruptions to economic activities, safeguarding the functioning of essential sectors, and reducing economic losses. Also, a resilient health system can protect workers. A healthy workforce is crucial for a productive economy. Resilient health system can ensure this workforce can access to quality health care, preventive measures, and necessary and timely medical interventions, which can contribute to reduced absenteeism, increased productivity, and uninterrupted functioning of businesses and industries. Also, during a health crisis, business can face many challenges related to health and well-being or their employees, and disruption in the supply chains and changes in consumer behavior. In addition, a resilient health system can control healthcare costs by prioritizing preventive care, early detection, and management of diseases, which can free up resources for other sectors in the economy. And most importantly, a resilient health system can promote confidence and trust. Resilient health systems can foster public confidence and trust in the government institutions and as well as healthcare system. We all know that when individuals have trust in their government, they can be more likely to seek necessary healthcare services, follow public health guidelines, and cooperate with containment measures. Well, having said that, I'd like to ask a little bit further, and then asking you, what sets resilient, quote unquote, resilient health systems apart from conventional health systems? One of the most critical characteristics of a resilient health system actually is the decision to prioritize sustainability, transformation, and flexibility over mere efficiency. Let me give you two examples. The first, one of the components that for a resilient health system, according to many literature, says that maintaining diversity and redundancy is critical for a resilient system. Well, let's talk about redundancy. Usually, we consider redundancy as a waste, which should be reduced to maintain efficiency. But many scholars argue that redundancy, when combined into diversity, can act as an insurance when there's a loss and failures in some part of the society. And also, another intriguing component of resilience system is the presence of slow variables, such as social factors encompassing legal systems, values, traditions, cultures, and deeply rooted customs. These elements can contribute to society. There's system strength, consolidation, long-term sustainability, particularly in time of crisis. Well, during a crisis, our attention often leans towards some of the immediate variables like prompt response and how to be efficient in making our decisions. Paradoxically, the literature says that these slow variables are most significant in times of crisis, and because these aspects provide a social framework that supports resilience and ensures stability even in the face of adversity. Well, thinking about this slow variable gives us one valuable lesson for all of us. During the last painful 3 years, we have all made some type of mistakes. However, we all succeeded in different ways also. In the end, we are all resilient. And we have learned that hopefully will not repeat the same mistakes, as these painful experiences taught us how important these quote-unquote slow variables, such as our values, cultures, community, and tradition. So hopefully I emphasize enough what is resilient health system and how it can contribute to a healthy economy. Thank you.
And maybe we should focus on a specific place. Looking at Hong Kong, Professor Yeo, of course, Hong Kong had experience with SARS. How resilient was Hong Kong's health system to the pandemic, and what role did that play in maintaining its robust economy?
Thank you very much. I think I'll be talking from my background in my 4 careers as a clinician, and then moving on managing the Hong Kong's health system, and then in policy managing the outbreak during SARS, and then now my 4th career, and I hope my last, as an academic. I think it's quite interesting because of the time required. I'll be going on also to talk about how health systems should be managed. I think in Hong Kong during 2003, and there's these colleagues here that will all share the experience, we obviously went through a very different experience. But after that, we had an expert review, and then we revamped the system. We invested in infection control beds, because when I was managing the system, we only had like 100 infection control beds for patients with SARS, so it was impossible to manage. So we built 1,400 infection control beds. We set up a new agency of Center for Disease Protection in Hong Kong. We also gave the universities $500 million to do infectious disease research. So those are some of the infrastructures. And then we also made sure that we had 3-month supply of personal protection equipment for our health systems. That was very good when the COVID first broke, so we were able to control it. We had different waves. We had been periods where we had no cases for 3 months, and then we suddenly had this big outbreak of Omicron in 2021, and the whole system was overwhelmed. So whatever preparedness you do, you can never anticipate the unanticipated. And there must be not just surge capacity, but contingencies. Because during contingencies, when this thing exceeds your ability to manage incrementally, you cannot continue to do more of the same. So you've got to really review all your systems. And going on to healthcare in Hong Kong, and we have invested a lot of money. The amount of money we put into healthcare is now about 7.5% of GDP. It used to be about 5%, and it's gone up so much. And yet, we continue to have problems. We have long waiting times to get a consultation. We have problems of long-term care that patients, because we do not invest in the right places. So it's not just amount money of what you invest, but how you invest and how that money is being spent, the return on investments. And I think for the future health systems globally, not just in Hong Kong, because yesterday we heard about all the commonalities of countries, developing, developed, undeveloped countries, they all have the same problems, right? They're about human resources, about management, about governance, about the demands, the technology advances, and the expectations of the community, and then also lifestyle-related problems. So to me, I think future health systems will look at three things: the what, the why, and the how. And to me, the important thing now is we should be talking about precision health, not precision medicine. It's not about disease, but about illness, not about morbidity, but about health, not even about population health, but individual wellness. So one of the problems in public health, we talk about population health, we think that everyone is the same, but we are not. It's the individual experience. What is it important for me as an individual that's important? What does wellness mean to me, not to the population? So we do a lot of these things that are aggregated, but they have no meaning to the person that's going through the life experience. So I think that's quite important in terms of changing our paradigms of how we deliver care, how we actually govern care, how we finance it, and how we research it. And then there are also the why is beyond social determinants, because there's no talk about social determinants, but there are intermediate determinants in terms of why we are well or not: the education, occupation, material resources, and health systems. And the pathways are the exposure to life threats, vulnerability, the access, and the impact. And it's different for each of the different socioeconomic groups. The inequity in our system, social justice that you talk about, it affects each person individually. These are still aggregate, but it's the individual coping, the biologic coping of myself, the behavioral coping of myself, and then also defining myself in terms of what does health mean to me and wellness means to me, which is to me is important. And there have been estimates of a productivity loss of inequity that in UK, they found that £31 billion a year is productivity loss from inequities. In the European Union, economic growth is affected by 1.9% of GDP from inequity, welfare losses of 9.4%. And they're also not just that, but human costs and the value of humanity, which is important. So those are the so-called the outputs and what we should be aiming at. Then finally talk about the how. I think we should have a person-defined, not person-centered, how we define our integrated health systems, how the person defines it and how we organize it. And WHO talks about financing, resource, delivery, and govern. But we also need to look at how these things are designed, organized, researched, and implemented in partnership with people. And to also within that, the outputs would be the policies need to appreciate our own shared humanity. Because each of us, the value of human life, in many of our developed countries, we only look at the productivity, we look at what drives the economy, we don't look at the human costs of the millions of people, the majority of people that will never make it into the top 1%. And the 99% is what counts. It's not the 1%. The 1% contributes to the economy. 1% provides the resource to support it. But the policies enable that 1% to capture that 99% of the economy. But then how do they actually contribute? Why should policies not look at the individuals that are not up there will never be so the experts, the people that sit up here, the people that are not even in this room? They're equally important. To me, that's what health systems should be all about. Thank you.
Now, talking about parallels, Singapore is often compared to Hong Kong in terms of size, population, but of course had many differences in its COVID approach. So how was Singapore able to contain COVID, Professor Syaru, and keep its economy open? And would this have been replicable in other countries?
Thanks very much, Jennifer. So I think Singapore's experience was very much like what EK talked about. As a small island country, I think there are many things that we could do, but equally like Hong Kong. As a small but very dense country, we are at much greater pressure when you have an infectious disease such as COVID-19. We did experience SARS just like Hong Kong did, and I think we learned a lot from it. We also had H1N1 in 2009. So that actually led the Singapore government to have a much more forward-looking lens in terms of pandemic preparedness. For example, we have a National Center for Infectious Disease that was just started in September of 2019, 3 months before COVID-19 hit Singapore. So I think that really helped. And in fact, because of SARS, all the public hospitals in Singapore will undergo annual drills, very much like military drills, where there are simulations of an outbreak. And hospitals are then required to be able to advance their operations from the frontline workers to notice that it looks like there is an outbreak happening, and it activates an outbreak response within the hospital. So I think those have helped Singapore manage SARS in the very early days. We also benefited from a country or government that has an economic war chest that was built up over generations. So from an economics perspective, making sure that lives and livelihoods, which were commonly talked about during the pandemic, were maintained as much as possible. So we put in place financial support to all the frontline workers, including taxi drivers, food delivery workers, which will be at the highest risk of an infection, to make sure that any economic loss from not being able to carry out the professions will be supported by the government. And you immediately see that this helped to maintain a degree of infection control within the community. So the government, in a way, I like to think that our government is pretty technocratic. They tend to look at problems from a solutioning space. And so there's a lot of investment in public health that has been put in since the founding of Singapore. And because of that, we recognize that when COVID-19 hit Singapore, it was not just a health problem, but it was actually a problem that was spanned across multiple government ministries, agencies, and also multiple sectors. And in fact, the solutioning actually has to incorporate all these partnerships from the multiple sectors. I talk about what the government, the public hospitals have done, but equally, the resilience that Mina talks about was actually provided through the cooperation from the military response, through even the participation from the civilians in helping to perform contact tracing, to perform temperature screening, and so on. So I think that helped. And Singapore, we do benefit from a high degree of trust between the people and the government. And that meant that a lot of the problems that Malcolm talked about in his plenary speech around the distrust in government state actors, we typically do not have that, because I believe that our government, we were very privileged to have a government that was very responsible in the way it communicated to the public, based on evidence, based on data and facts that have been collated through scientists, not just from Singapore, but international science, including guidance from the WHO. But that's not also to say that Singapore did everything right. And I think there were areas that we have identified that we could have improved. And in fact, we have an after-action review, and the white paper has been published publicly, and you can download it. I think there are operational issues that have gone wrong, and I think that it's common for many countries in the world. Operationally, things have gone wrong. I think I will not dwell on where we have gone wrong, but rather look at the systems level issues that we could have done better. And one is actually around the lens on equity, because health equity was one area that we realized that we could have done a lot better, because one of the biggest problems in Singapore during COVID-19 was the outbreak that affects the migrant workers. So that's one area that we are now looking at improving better. The second area that we could have done better is actually in understanding what is the framework for decision-making in moments of crisis, particularly in terms of where the data is going to come from. For example, in terms of border controls, were we right to close borders, or were we too slow to close borders? And were we supposed to take a graduated approach in deciding border closures against which countries, which territories first or afterwards? So I think those are areas that we could have done better. But I'll just end off by saying, looking forward, what are we trying to do now in trying to improve some of the gaps that we found? I think the first thing is, like what EK talked about, I'm very envious that Hong Kong government released a $500 million fund to support your investment to pandemic preparedness. Singapore has done that as well. It's not 500 million, it's 100 million. So perhaps we're a little bit more prudent. But we have $100 million looking into 3 areas on the basic science of response against, for example, vaccine development, therapeutics development, around implementation sciences, including analytics and modeling, which has been particularly helpful during COVID-19. And last, really looking at building regional networks, including perhaps some of the partnerships with CAPRI. Now, the second area that Singapore has improved is actually to restructure some of our pandemic preparedness and communicable disease responses into one single agency that will look at both the clinical response as well as the public health response. And trying to merge this in a communicable disease agency has been one of the development post-COVID-19. And the last is really, I talk about the gap that we have around migrant workers. And we now have a migrant workers health register, which is quite a significant step forward in really being able to track the health of all the migrant workers that are in Singapore and contributing to the growth and economic growth of Singapore. Now, Jennifer, the second part of the question was actually, are there lessons that Singapore has that would be transferable to other jurisdictions, other countries? And I think those lessons have been broadcast during COVID-19 by the WHO in weekly sessions by Dr. Tedros, by Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, the chief health scientist, to many jurisdictions and countries that are part of the United Nations, WHO. And I think what is important to highlight is that many of the lessons are very useful and generic, but recognizing the context specificity is very important. What worked well in jurisdictions like Singapore, Taiwan, Hong Kong, may not work well in North America and Europe. And we have to recognize that, because otherwise we will always run this problem of the East criticizing the West criticizing the East, without really understanding or looking from each other's perspective. Why didn't this work? Perhaps simply because the trust between the government and the people were never there in the first place. Now, I think earlier on, Mina also talked about this issue on resilience and sustainability. I think it's more fun if I offer a slightly differing opinion. And I think when it comes to health systems, a resilient health system could be one that has a lot of surge capacity within itself. And over here, I'm not talking about partnerships with other cross-sectors, because once you involve the civilians sector and then the military sector, you could build a lot of surge capacity in that front. And I think the right form is to involve other sector. But for a health systems in itself to build in resilience, it typically means that there may be a lot of redundancy. And Mina, earlier on, you used the phrase redundancy. I worry when health systems have too much redundancy, because at the end of the day, health systems need to survive economically. And usually redundant health systems may run the risk of sustainable challenges. Where would the financing come? So I think for crisis management, the surge capacity perhaps may have to be provided from other sectors. And I'll just stop there. Over back to you, Jennifer.
Great. So talking about collaboration, maybe Professor Riley, you can speak about the US. How were the policies of the US CDC and other health departments aligned with the economic interests of the country? And which one do you think should take precedence or did take precedence?
So this isn't as happy a story as the other stories. And I actually want to emphasize, I don't think it's a US story either. I think some of the things I'm going to talk about here were across the world. And so as we look at this, one of the things we first should think about is, were they aligned? Yes, they really were aligned. I don't think, there may be a few exceptions. I don't think anyone sought to kill the economy. I don't think anyone was hoping that people were going to die. So they were aligned, but they weren't coordinated. And some of that has to do with how siloed we are. If you look around this room, we're in a multicultural context, but when we look at government and agencies, you're also in a multicultural context, and it's even worse in academia. So if I'm talking about an economic world, what you're going to see is a different language. You're going to see economists looking at different data. You're going to see economists have a very different culture. Until recently, they actually thought people behaved rationally. They're learning to move off that a little bit. But there's a real belief that that kind of behavior will go on. In public health contexts, it's similarly different. You have a different language. They're focused on epidemiology. They're focused on disease transmission or health more generally. They're not focused on how that's going to necessarily impact the economy. And so that has a real effect because they're not talking to each other as they go along. Now, you may remember, and this gives me a little bit of PTSD, but right in the beginning of March 2020, there was a broad discussion going on in the press on national television of we cannot afford to lock down because if we lock down, we will destroy the economy. And on the other side, if we don't lock down, millions, and unfortunately in the United States, millions did die, but millions would die immediately. And that was not the kind of discussion that's needed. What we needed was actually those two groups talking to each other and trying to figure out how to make that work. What would be the right way to do it? Now, one of the issues was that there were no clean lines of authority. And when I say no clean lines of authority, that's both in the decisional context, but also in who got to be the spokesman for what we should do. As a result, you would hear public health people talk about what we should do because they knew what to do in a public health context, at least to some degree. And you heard economists and others talk about what we should do in an economic context. And some of this is looked at as a problem that the United States was somehow unprepared. And most of you in this room probably know that people thought the United States was the most prepared nation before the pandemic actually happened. And we were prepared. We were prepared for a flu epidemic or pandemic. Now, when you think about the flu, it's very different than COVID. Flu has very few asymptomatic cases. You know when someone's sick. Flu actually also, you don't even need to test for it because it's asymptomatic. And it doesn't transmit aerosolized in the same way that COVID did. Now, I want to keep an economy open. I want to keep a slaughterhouse open. I want to keep the lines of manufacture open. If I'm in a COVID context, that's a very different decision than I have in flu, where I could just keep the people who look sick home. So one of the things, Mina talks about resiliency, but resiliency is, one way to think of resiliency is imagination. And how do we think about how it would affect our economy, not just how sick people are. And EK talks about the how. You have to actually think about how you're going to operationalize things. You have to not just think, this is what will happen, this is what we will do. Now, if we talk about the economy, I think one thing that is hidden, but I think the most profound economic effects from the COVID pandemic in the United States and possibly globally will be what happened with our schools. Our students are so far behind because of the pandemic, because we didn't have full understanding of how to close things or open them. And as a result, we're years behind that will have trickle-down effects, I'd say 20 years from now. We're going to still be learning from that. So that's another place we need to think about. That doesn't look like economy, that looks like schools, right? But we have to, again, have a cross-cultural conversation that goes between those. And then finally, what happens with this lack of ability to speak across lines is what Malcolm Turnbull talked about. It breaks down trust. We were in a world where no one had real certainty, and everyone was seeking certainty. And you can't actually pretend you have certainty. But you can, by making sure that you are working together in a coordinated fashion and speaking together, you can try to maintain trust. And we did not.
Just one quick comment to YY about redundancy, which I think is a great topic for us to, discuss at a later time if we have a chance. But yeah, I was also struck by the concept of redundancy because as I'm a policy, I'm trained as a public policy analyst with economic perspective, and redundancy is clearly a waste and inefficiency. And how can you really understand redundancy is the core component of resilience? Well, I am trying to find the answer, but perhaps redundancy with diversity may be the answer. I don't know. In Korea, we have a significant problems of lack of redundancy because our public sector, public health centers were removed or eliminated because of redundancy. And then when the crisis hit, we were in desperate needs of public health centers. So, well, this is going to be a really interesting topic for us to go further.
Also, chip in here. I don't think any health system has any redundancy. Because in health systems, there's this economic phenomenon of supply-induced demand. So whatever is empty will be filled up. So there's no such thing as redundancy in these developed health systems, because people just fill up the beds. Because if there are beds, the people will stay longer. If there's services, people will go and attend. There's a lot of inefficiency in the health system. And that's this capacity that needs to be then reined in to identify where these capacities are, so that you can realign them, both in terms of the resilience of the ongoing chronic stresses that each health system faces, and when there is an emergency, where do you then reallocate and reassign services? So there's always capacity in the health system and always inefficiency in any health system. And there's tremendous, even in Singapore, when you had a very good system where you reassign the GP clinics to really do the COVID tests, so people were helping. There's also a lot of resources in the community. So we only think about health systems that we are just the doctors and the nurses and the great health managers and policymakers. But the people that are important are the people that we actually treat and the people that use the system. In COVID, I think the global experience has been the community was great. Both the NGOs, the business sector, all rallied. And this is despite government policy. So when COVID first started, every country just ignored the community and the business sector, and they were just scrambling to help. So when we had the first outbreak, the government imposed a lot of restrictions to social interactions, and there were patients that nobody was taking care of. Home care, nobody was providing any home care to the people at home, and there were also individuals that needed care, social care, that it was not provided. And government was restricting the workers from doing it, the NGOs from doing it, and the NGOs were clamoring. They were trying to see how can we help, but there was no system. There was no system, no preparedness, no understanding of who was going to what, and not only that, there were barriers for them to be able to contribute. So I think we always do not recognize the vast community resources, the individuals, the persons in the community, the altruism of both business and non-business private sector. And these are a lot of resources in our health systems in a pandemic and in peacetime must be really looked at and then harnessed and then embraced by government as part of the health system.
Thanks, EK. And I thought, keeping to the theme of this session around investment in health, to yield long-term economic benefits, I thought it's useful to actually follow up from what the previous speakers have mentioned. And I think this is exactly the kind of decision-making that is needed in government, that decision-making, whether it's during crisis or whether it's just in relation to health, must actually adopt a lens where they look at what are the economic cost to a particular decision that's taken. Now, it might sound very cold and hard when I just use the phrase economic cost, but because this is the language that is easier for policymakers to understand. Whether it is in health promotion, whether it is in pandemic response, when the lens is set on human productivity and potential, when the lens is set on economic outcomes, that it's easier to translate. Because when I think, Mimi, you talk about closing schools. Thankfully, we didn't close schools for that long. But closing schools come with a cost, which I think many policymakers don't understand. And that cost is a long-term economic cost. Equally, when you don't make the right decisions and you allow COVID-19 to spread across the society, infecting people, killing people, there is an economic impact as well in the loss of lives, in the loss of human productivity potential, and so on. And all of that, if you translate it to a common language which policymakers typically understand, which is economic benefits or economic losses, that is exactly the kind of lens that I believe is needed in the health sector for us to try and convince decision makers, policymakers around what is the cost when you make a decision like keeping the schools open or closing schools for a long time. What is the cost when you decide to close the borders? It is not just the impact to the airlines, to the tourist industry, but there may be some economic benefits where you save, where you get from people not being infected. Doing that cost-benefit balancing provides a better judgment for governments to decide, should I take on this decision at this particular point?
So I'm going to make one short comment to that and say, I think you absolutely have to think about the economic costs and go through it, but boy, you better be careful when you're saying it, at least in my country. If you start talking about calories and how we're going to measure what a life is worth, well, Malcolm Turnbull can tell you, wouldn't be, that's a politician's nightmare. If you want to be reelected, it's not going to happen. So I think you have to do these equations, but you also have to think really hard about how you're expressing it to the public.
I think it'd be important just to pivot slightly, just to think about, the pandemic and how it exposed a lot of inequalities in different societies. And I want to go to you, Mina, specifically talking about how women can overcome barriers when it comes to accessing public health, and what are the long-term benefits of this greater gender equality?
Well, thank you very much for asking such an important question. This is an area that needs much more research and evidence generation, especially in Asia-Pacific region, where we share similar social norms and values and expectations on gender roles. And I'm see quite many women here in the audience, but I expect to be more to reach 50% of the audience in our next forum. Well, in order to find solutions, we need to understand what are the barriers for women to access to necessary public health. There are many. First of all, societal expectations may prioritize women's role as caregivers and prioritize health needs. Women prioritize health needs of other family members than themselves. I'm not sure whether it's good or bad for the society, but that's what we see often. Also, in some, and actually most of Asian cultures, women may have limited decision-making power regarding their health due to hierarchical family structures or societal norms. And what about jobs? Women take jobs, mostly jobs in informal sector, which provides many barriers for the necessary public health services. And also, there are some stigma surrounding issues on women's health, cultural taboos, and social judgment may prevent open discussions about women's health issues. And also, geographic barriers inadequate transportation, limited financial resources for women who are busy taking care of their children, the elderly at the same time, work as a worker in their job offices. They have significant barriers to access necessary public health services. And among the factors, social norms and expectations are most significant barriers. We recently conducted a systematic review of public health studies on gender roles. And while women take many important roles as caregivers, healthcare providers, and so forth, most of the sub-studies describe women as victims or beneficiaries rather than decision makers or enablers, which needs to be changed. We need to change our attitudes, understanding, and social norms and expectations about women, not necessarily as the only victims or beneficiaries, but also important decision makers or enablers in this society. What should we do? We first change our social norms and attitudes. Also, we should provide resources for women who are taking multiple roles. They are caregivers. We need more data on gender gap, and as well as gendered medicine. What are the impact of these medical services and healthcare services for women? How they are different from men? And most importantly, have more women in decision-making roles, and perhaps Shirley can be our role model for that. Okay, so by overcoming these barriers for women to access public health services, we can truly achieve the genuine, resilient society which values diversity and redundancy. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few minutes left, and maybe we'll go to you, EK, just to close us off. Taking kind of a forward-looking approach. As populations age, what investments in health are required to ensure that an economy can grow?
I think I've covered some of the areas about health systems and what needs to be done in terms of reorienting our whole health system. But also in very practical terms, because we've been looking at the resources that we have. Each country, in fact, put a lot of resources in health. And to me, the resources are not well invested, because it's really in terms of what you invest in. In Hong Kong, we have been, like in Singapore, because of our segmented health system, we put a lot of money into primary care in the last decade. But the way that it's been done, it's been really wasted, because we invested the money in, but it has no impact on access to primary care, because we have a very segmented public and primary care. So it's really how we invest, which things we invest, how we design the systems. The design is so important, because I'm doing the evaluation for the government of the investments that are put into these two big chunks of primary care systems they're put in. They're put in like $1 billion US, right, for this, and it's produced nothing. Right? It's actually produced nothing, because the people still can't access primary care. So it's how we invest and how we then design the systems. We also have problems about technology. We talk about technology driving it. It's really how we harness technology. Technology is driving up costs. It's driving up complexity of our health systems, because in our systems, and I'm sure it's the same in every country, in developed country, a patient will be seeing 5 or 6 specialists for the same presenting illness. So our doctors in medicine will be referring from diabetology to renal medicine to cardiovascular medicine within the same specialty, within the same hospital. And then each one of them will be diagnosing, will be trying to investigate different aspects. The coordination is the problem. So the management of modern health systems is so complex, right? So, and then within that, obviously, there are going to be a lot of medical incidents, untoward effects, related deaths and mortality. So it's really how we actually organize our health systems and not just look at the specialization. In terms of we need to simplify the systems we manage, we need to look at our human resource. Every country says they're short of human resources, But are we using our human resources well? Yesterday we looked at about how we then things that can be done not by professionals will be done by people who are trained to help. But it's not only that; it's really to me the more interdisciplinary care. You have a group of healthcare professionals that work together to look at the total needs of a patient. At the moment, we talk about multidisciplinary care, but they're all in silos. They don't work together. We have a lot of services that are coordinated for certain things, but not for everything. So it's really how we organize care, how we use our human resources, how we also then get the patients to be part of the care process. So self-management skills are very important because we give a lot of drugs to patients, and all the research tells you that 50% of the drugs you prescribe are not taken by the patients. So that's a lot of waste. So the most important is to understand the patient, the person in terms of their preferences, what their own understanding of illness, their understanding of their health, what are their preferences. It's important because each person being given a diagnosis, it will impact on him or her very differently. Their preferences are very different. So we really need to then cater for the individuals so they're part of the care process, so there's less waste. So the better you're able to invest those resources in upfront in terms of time, it's not money, it's time that you give to the patients and your understanding of the patient, which is to me the key technology that we have not looked at. And that's going to be very important going forward because with chronic disease, you're talking about a lifetime illness, a lifetime thing, lifetime follow-up, impact on your life in terms of things. You need to change your lifestyles, and we know how difficult it is. Obesity is no problem, but how many people succeed in reducing weight? How many of the diabetic patients really are able to comply with treatment? Because changing our behaviors is very, very difficult, and we understand ourselves. Can I change my behavior overnight? I can't, right? Because these are things that I used to. These are things I value. I don't really care whether I'm going to have a disease, die of it 10 years later. What is important is now. So those are things that we need to understand in terms of our understanding the way that we provide care. So the more psychological processes, understanding social systems is going to be quite crucial. Sorry.
Great. I'm afraid that's all we have time for today, but please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much.
And thank you again to our panelists. And now I wish to introduce our third panel discussion, Upgrading the Global Supply Chain of Talent for Future Innovation, with an introduction from Mr. Stan Shi. I invite the speakers to the stage for a photo followed by opening remarks. And thank you. Please take your seats. And Mr. Shi.
Good morning. The talent development I consider is the key responsibility of the leader. I am going to use my personal experience to share with you. And in 1976, I founded the ASA with $25,000 US. I already behave what I am talking about, the new Wang Dao philosophy. The basic core value is create value, balance of interest, and also sustainable development. Value is co-created by all the stakeholders through an innovation approach. And keep the balance, relative balance with all the stakeholders is a very important motivation to all stakeholders. And then by this way can keep the organization sustainable. Talking about value or the cost, I consider have a 6 aspects: direct, indirect, tangible, intangible, and the present and the future. And as a leader, they should pay attention on the invisible cost and the value, means indirect, intangible, and the future. Normal people, they are not pay attention on the visible value, like current, direct, and the tangible cost or value. So that is the difference. I am looking for the total value or total cost consideration. When I start the company, the ASA corporate culture and the management philosophy is quite different with the mainstream in the industry. I consider human nature is good. And then a decentralized management philosophy. And we pay all the employee lesson fee. So for this, I think to me is most effective way to develop the talent. And in the 1992, while ASA faced a difficulty, I initiated re-engineering. First time, we have 3 times re-engineering. First time, after reach $100 million US war hit the lot, we have a difficulty. So the major approach is we try to develop the CEO, we call Group Dragon, 青龙计划, for 100 CEO in that time. And then I have a slogan called the 21 in 21. Today we have more than 100 CEO in the group. 21 in 21 means 21 published company by 21st century. It's easier to deliver this check because 100 years in 21st century in that time. And today we have more than 24 published company in the group. And also I also announced that 2000 in 2000 means 2000 NT dollar E in year 2000. This NT dollar 2000 E is about 700 million in that time. And today, the overall group is reached to more than 35 billion US dollar with the all ASA, BenQ, with Keystar, with Strong, and the AU all together. And I also have a slogan called the global brand name because I decision to have a global brand from Taiwan, but apply a local touch, local management. That means, again, is the decentralized management philosophy. So today, 2/3 of Asia employees is non-Taiwanese, work all over the world, and they make most of the decision for the company. Okay, and I believe Asia is one of the most global company. I believe that the globalized approach, I think globalized is the right way. And in that time, I also make announcement that I am going to retire at 60 years old, quite early in Taiwan society. But this is important to encourage everyone to have a hope in the future. So after I retire almost 20 years, I'm going to retire from the Asia, but I'm not retired from the society. I still keep busy. And I don't have any position to fulfill corporate social responsibility, CSR. But I have a PSR, personal social responsibility. So I'm doing quite busy. The cultivating the STAN's foundation is cultivating the talent is their main mission. So the talent, I like to do more contribution to the society. The only way is develop the talent. That's much easier for me. And then I am in 2011, I start to promote the new Wang Dao philosophy. We even have a Wang Dao management program, start with train the global leader, Chinese leader in China and Taiwan. And we are continuing to do this from the top to right now to become more small, medium size of the company leader. And of course, the globalization of the new Wang Dao and also make popular is my mission in the long run. So right now, I'm trying to also work for the interdiscipline of the across industry of the creative value. I call this is new spinal curve to deliver a new value for Taiwan to enhance of the Taiwan companies. So I work hard for the AI medical and also the culture and the technology, and we call it MB culture, to integrate those two sides. Recently, in 2016, I talking about Oriental civilization. Civilization means change the C to the S. It's the silicon civilization because the new civilization all based on the technology. I work very hard on that because I am also an opportunity to become a chairman of the National Culture and the Art Foundation. So I believe this is my responsibility, and also I can contribute a lot for the Taiwan, contribute to the global society in the future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stan. Thank you, Stan. I think 10 minutes for Stan to speak his whole life is too short. But thanks for Stan to introduce today's topics. I think talent is important. So for whole Stan's life, he always take care about the human. Even leadership is also about human. So I think today talent shortage is serious issues. I think the Stan Pan Siliang 先生 understand that a lot. And yesterday, I just learned from our three distinguished panelists. One is chairman of Temasek, Chairman Lin Wenxin 董事长, and also Lynette Wu,
Wu Shixing from TSMC, also Stan Moore, Vice Provost from University of Virginia. And I learned that it's not only a Taiwan issue, it's also a common issue. So today, I will save the time. So my question is about how to upgrade the talent supply chains. So maybe we start from the Chairman Lin.
Well, first, I think there is generally an education deficit around the world. And that deficit is a deficit in funding. I think that most governments underspend on education. And I would urge that all governments devote more money from their limited resources to education. Because education is an investment. An investment yields us returns. Spending on other things, including defense, is expenditure. So we should be focusing more on investment. And in the education sector, I think we have to look at the whole spectrum from young to old. So for the young, we have to recognize that different children learn differently. Many education systems in various countries are actually based on an old model where we try to teach all the children the same fundamentals, we say, but we put them through the same system. But now we know that children learn differently. Not everybody is suited for the academic stream. Others learn better by other means, whether it's vocational training or by doing. Right? So I think we have to re-examine the way in which we train our young. And when we do so, we have to bear in mind that we are preparing our children for a world for which we don't know what jobs they will actually do. So, therefore, the greatest lesson we can teach to the young is the need for lifelong learning. And I think that all of us who observe children know that they are by nature curious. So we should always foster that curiosity in our children. I think too often, both in terms of the education systems that we have and parents, we push our children into a very narrow path towards education, and we stifle their curiosity. And if we talk about innovation in business, when you have lost your curiosity, you cannot innovate. So I think that's the key thing that we need to do for our children. Then we must not forget that after schooling, they go to work, and the jobs change. If a person goes to work in their early 20s, they can work all the way until their 70s and even beyond. What they have learned is inadequate for that journey. And therefore, we also have to have funding for the continuing education of those in employment. Now, this is a difficult subject to discuss because it means more money, and most governments don't have money and therefore are unable to provide for that. Well, in Singapore, we are a little bit more fortunate with wiser stewards before us, and we do have money. But even we are still only at the start of developing a continuing education system. And we have to deal with the subject of funding. And I will share with you that years ago, I was asked to lead a task force on continuing education. And we came up with a report, but the key recommendation that we made shocked the cabinet and therefore did not see the light of day. And what we recommended was whatever the government spends on the education of the young, whatever that amount, be prepared to spend half that same amount a year for continuing education and training if you want the workforce to have skills that are relevant to the needs of the day. So it is a learning lesson, and the Singapore government now recognizes that they're not spending half the amount spent on the young, but they're spending a lot more money than they originally anticipated. So I think we have to deal with that, and we have to deal with also the issue of how people in employment look at retraining. How employers in themselves look at training, and what are the solutions possible. And then when you get to even the older age, like people who are in the late 50s, 60s, and early 70s, then again, the methods of teaching also have to change to suit people of that age. So I give you that spectrum of the problems of the skills that we need for all that we need in the various sectors in this world.
Thanks for Chairman Lin. I think he mentioned that enough increase the investment, increase the funding on education, also continuous education. So maybe, Stephen, I guess you agree with that funding is not always enough for the public university in US, right?
Yes, that's exactly right, Li Shan. It used to be that when you went to college, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth when I did, you went to college for those 4 years, and then you went out into the world to pursue your career and try your chances and learn to the extent that you could as you went through a normal career. And back then, most people went into one career for their whole lives. Today, that's radically different. In America, most people can count on having 6, 7, even 8 different career changes during the course of their working lives, and their working lives last a lot longer beyond the 60 years that Mr. Shi stopped. And so the concept of lifelong learning, as the chairman mentioned, has become a very operative principle in American education, higher education today. And you have to approach it from before the student goes to university, during the time that the student spends at university, and then afterward for the rest of their lives. Before, it's very important when universities are recruiting students. Not every person should or will go to college, and that's entirely natural and as it should be. But for those who have the potential to get a college education, it's really incumbent upon universities to cast the net as widely as they can to recruit the most diverse possible pool of students and of talent to bring them into the pipeline at the very beginning. You can't just concentrate on who goes to the best schools, who has the richest parents. You really need to work hard to go out into the broader society to find those students who have the most potential to develop and grow to be contributing members of the economy. This has an additional benefit along the lines of the problems that we face of income disparity throughout the developed world, which has a direct impact on the growth of populism, the growth of disinformation and misinformation that the Prime Minister mentioned earlier this morning. So it's another benefit for making sure the input into higher education is as diverse as possible. Now, say you do that and you have the students there with you. What are the principles that you need to follow in making sure that you're developing that talent pool? Certainly, the core principle, first and foremost, is you have to teach the students the current state of knowledge in the field of their choosing, to help them get fully conversant in the trends, the facts, the data associated with that. But that's not alone enough anymore. You need to connect that to other key principles. I can think of just 6. One, you have to put that discipline into a multidisciplinary context. As Ike and Mimi mentioned on the previous panel, if you want to be a doctor, it's not just enough to learn biology and chemistry. You have to learn about the environment, you have to learn about sociology, you have to learn about communications, you have to learn about how societies interact with one another and how you get people to take the drugs that they're prescribed. So you need to put your knowledge into the context of a broader multidisciplinary setting. What are the other disciplines? You won't be an expert in them, but you need to at least be aware of them. Secondly, and I think this is where the American education system prides itself the most on, and I think justifiably so, you need to teach critical thinking, how to develop imagination, how to develop the skill to anticipate things that you never saw coming, how to figure out how to ask the hard questions about what you don't know as well as what you do know. Next, it's important to have a close connection to the world of practice. This may be anathema among people. I'm not a professional educator by any means. I used to work as a diplomat. But knowledge, it's good to be smart. It's good to have knowledge. But it's never really an end in itself. If you're developing a higher education system that works, you must connect it to the world of practice to make sure that students know what to do with this knowledge that they're acquiring and to apply it in a way that advances the economy, advances the society in which they live. Next, and here as a state institution, state university, the University of Virginia, we have it lucky. There needs to be some formal link between the world of business and other players in the economy and the world of government. Yesterday we talked about the importance of public-private partnerships. I think this is one of the most important areas to have that kind of private-public partnership. In Virginia, for example, we have something called the Virginia Economic Development Partnership that is a gathering place for business, for the higher education community, to identify what are the emerging needs in the economy, and it operates in a very quickly emerging way. There needs to be global engagement. There's a lot of talk about decoupling, de-risking. Yes, that's probably going to happen, but globalization is not over. Maria, what you invented at Davos is here to stay, whether people and policymakers like it or not. So we have a job to make sure our students are able to engage with the rest of the world. They're able to operate in a different culture, speak a different language. And so it's a very important requirement for higher education to make sure our students have that global engagement. There needs to finally, at the end, when students are leaving, you need to teach them the skills of how they're going to acquire new knowledge as they go on for the next 50 years of their lives. And that's the most important goodbye gift any university can give when it hands out the diplomas at the end. Now, that's at the end. So what happens after all of that? So here is where lifelong learning really begins to kick into gear. There's a great book that came out a couple of years ago called The 60-Year Curriculum, written by Christopher Deed and John Richards, who laid out a number of different models of how we can ensure our students keep up with rapidly changing technology to stay abreast of all of these developments. And every university, if it doesn't have already, should have a continuing education school that links up to each of the primary schools of a university to make sure that there's a strategy to continue to convey new knowledge, new insights to students long after they leave. Alumni engagement is also very important. So for example, next week, when I get back to Virginia, we have a big alumni reunion that happens every summer, and there's a whole syllabus of courses that happens during that. I'm going to have to give a lecture on updates on what's happening on foreign policy issues, and there'll be somebody from the engineering school to talk about that, somebody from our data science school to do that. So that's obviously very informal and not very systematic, but it's an important part of doing it. It's important to bring educational facilities close to the workplace. So either through online engagement, which we're in the process of developing, as many other universities are, or to bring actual campuses to where there are people working. So for example, at the University of Virginia, we're about 2 hours away from Washington, D.C. We're opening a campus right in Washington, D.C., where people can go over the weekends, in the evenings, to continue to develop their knowledge. So I think as long as you concentrate on the before, beginning, and after, that will lay the foundation for good lifetime learning. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. I think you already provide a solution to the question you found. But maybe Lynette, I think when you listen to Stephen, he mentioned about cooperation across the nation, across the countries. So first of all, I want to introduce, I think you have a very special title. I know you just relocated to Taiwan in the fourth quarter last year. So maybe you can introduce your job title. It's quite interesting for me.
Thank you. It's a privilege to be here. First and foremost, I'm Lynette. I lead HR, strategic planning and transformation for TSMC, trying to bring a new equation to how we look at human capital for the betterment of the semicon industry and our humble company. I've been a beneficiary of the Singaporean system. I relocated from Singapore to Taipei, to Hsinchu specifically, in September last year. So it's been a wonderful 8-9 months in this part of the world, and to be able to be part of this dialogue has been a particular privilege.
Actually, Lynette just arrived yesterday night.
Yes.
I
came back from Arizona after spending a week there. It's my third trip in the last 2 months. It's been exciting to be part of our aspirations overseas and watching our project come to life before my eyes, and watching the commitment and the call of duty of my comrades has been particularly inspiring.
So what's the top 3 questions, top 3 issues for the global talent supply chain in your mind?
So first and foremost, I think as an HR practitioner for the last 30 years, I've made peace with the state of union, with talent. That's a byproduct of birth rates, that's a byproduct of many other contributing factors, but the state of the union is what we have. Instead, I think there's tremendous mileage if we started looking at talent pipelining. Where do we want them to be? How do we play to their strength? And about talent bench strength. Where do we add muscles? When do we add muscles? And how do we add muscles? I think that's the state of play that my colleagues and I are focusing our energies on in terms of building the talent capital for the semicon industry. So I think that's the top of my issue. The second is to build muscles beyond the functional brilliance and the academic brilliance that the semicon industry has been a beneficiary of. We have been successful. As a company, as an industry, we have seen tremendous transformational impact to humankind thanks to a very talented workforce. The question is, what's next? Not so much of what do we have right now. And I think what's next has to be about navigating borders, where we break down borders, where we break down cultural differences, where we have a skillful, deft application of what we are able to have learned in school, in continuous education, but really taking that into and beyond the boundaries of cultures, norms, geography, and the velocity of changes that's hitting us in the world. It's about building the capital in each of them to know how to make decisions swiftly, to be able to draw upon a broader frame of reference, to be able to tap upon global perspectives but local intelligence, and to be able to thrive and make peace with the changes that are here to stay, and not hang on too tightly to the successes that has taken us here. I think there's a very famous book whom I'm a big fervent supporter of. What got us here may not get us there. So the ability to navigate that, I think, is that skill that industries like where I'm privileged to work with, and academic associations and statutory bodies can really collaborate and build a new equation to what the future can look like.
I have a following up question. You mentioned that it's very important to expand the Taiwan talents potential, expand beyond the borders. So what's your observation about Taiwan talent right now?
We have a big problem with Taiwan talent. They're just too talented to start with. They're too clever, they work too hard, they play too little, they sleep too little, all of the above. It's been a privilege watching them in action whenever I travel abroad to my overseas affiliates. So when I look at a problem and I say, okay, how do I solve this good problem we have? I think that's a starting point. There's been a lot of learnings. Like I say, I've benefited from a very open and encouraging education system that draws upon references beyond my humble little country. But we have progressed because we were able to leverage on a lot of learnings from extremely talented and accomplished companies, colleagues, associates worldwide. So I think I'll summarize that to say the ability to to draw upon a broader reference is a starting point. The second is really to what Chairman Lim has said, that sense of curiosity, to really keep nurturing and giving oxygen to that sense of curiosity and not be too bound by one's successes within one's function or one's country or one's company, but really to break all of that away. I think that's the second. The third is to be really earnest, really diligent in tapping on continuous education. And I like to stretch that a little bit. Continuous education may not just mean online learning, offline learning. It means really throwing ourselves at immersion into doing something different, that immersion of participating in cross-pollination projects, that immersion of applying our best and paying it forward in a different country, in a different arena. Because that exchange itself is so educational, is so enriching. And when giving, I think in Chinese we say 施比受更有福. So as we give, we learn. So that giving in an enterprise perspective involves participation in different projects, in that curiosity and the openness to be willing to share and to be challenged and to learn that there's something else we didn't know before. And there's another way of delivering success together. I think that sense of collaboration would really change what the future could look like. So it's about going from good to great and constantly staying in that humility and that curiosity.
In our private discussion, I think Lynette actually mentioned one interesting point. She told me that when the talent become very specific on one profession, it's hard to expand that. So according to your profession, when is the best timing for the Taiwan talent to become like more international and more willing to take the broader challenges?
I like to engage talent, and I think first of all we have to break down the concept of early or late away from biological age. I think that's important because we come with a lot of kudos. All of the colleagues I've interacted with come with a lot of kudos in their functional depth. You know, they could be a technologist for a long time, but they're relatively young as I transfer them over to work in human resources, for example. So I think we need to first break away that biological thing. That's partially, to help myself get a little bit, get away from this a little bit. So by notion of early, I think it's early in terms of contribution and impact, if we first keep to that frame of reference. I like to throw them out there earlier to be able to as they embark on trying to discover. So early in discovery, I think that's what I'm looking for. Early in discovery of a new discipline, early in discovery of a new geography, early in the discovery of a new leak, a new modus operandi. I think that's important. And by early, we also need to be holistic. You don't want to just throw them into one dimensional of learning. We want to be able to really stretch their minds and say, not only are you learning the what in the new function, in the new country, but you're also navigating and building muscles in the how you do it. So a constant navigation between the what and the how would really keep them, to help them first unlearn the muscle memory they have, and then learn new muscle memories and build that practice. So we got to start it early. If they are starting, for example, as they're finishing college, we are working on an initiative where we start blending industrial practice with college. No, there's nothing new in that. You know, that's been as long as conventional wisdom has for us. But the magic, the alchemy lies in the how. How do we do that? How do we get the different collaborators all to be in that mode of curiosity and learning? So we we help our managers learn how to manage new colleagues coming in differently. We help the new associates from the schools, the new students from the school joining our ecosystem to learn differently. So I think that's where the alchemy is.
Thanks, Lynette. I think the next round we are discussing about the role of the company in the future talent supply chain. So I know that Temasek actually invests a lot of companies, and the chairman actually initiated a very interesting conversation called Temasek, a three-party conversation between the investor, Temasek, and the company they invest, and also the working force. I'm quite curious about this conversation. What's the result? And do you think that the company should play more important role to improve this kind of working environment?
If you don't mind, I will take a little longer in replying to your question. In Singapore, we thought that employers had a role in continuing education and training. So what we did was to impose a payroll tax of 2%. And then tell the employers that when you embark on training of your employees, you can claim from the skills development fund. It's actually a commingled fund, so you contribute so much, you can actually draw out more if you are creative. And I know some companies actually did that. So that was to encourage the companies to retrain. However, not all companies retrain. And I say so because not all companies are forward-looking, and not all companies know where they want to go to. Not all companies know what the skill sets are required. And therefore, that scheme worked only for the forward-looking advanced companies, right? Now, how do we get companies to be involved in training? Some companies actually get involved in training by necessity. But I think we should make a necessity a virtue. So in the shifting supply chains, companies will move to less developed countries and start out new factories. But you don't have the workers with the skill sets required for those factories. So what do? They set up their own training colleges. So if I take the example of Vietnam. Samsung has their own college. And I believe it is to train the people for themselves, plus extra for the industry, if so be it. Dynamism company, Wing Group, has set up their own university. I think also for the same purpose. They're going into different things, including electric vehicles. So obviously requiring Vietnamese workers with the skill sets for these new industries. So there is a role for companies, and large companies actually have embarked on it. And I think that if we push this further, that more can be done in all countries with the private-public partnerships. So that's, I think, a very good example of what can be done and it's in Vietnam. And if I stay with Vietnam, the Vietnamese government wanted to develop the IT industry. So they set a goal of training 1 million talent. And they have been successful in training IT talent. So I was recently curious as to how it was done. I did a bit of work on my smartphone to try to find out which ministry and how they did it. I came to a website, on the government website, that mentioned it. They trained 650,000. It's a short period of time, 650,000. So if you want to move the needle, as Stencher says, set bold targets, and it can be done, right? 650,000. Then you figure out how to do it. And I was very curious how they did it. In the same website, it says, in partnership with the private sector. And then I was curious, who in the private sector? Because that website didn't tell me. And I did a bit more work. I found that Google was involved. Subsequently, I had the discussions with some Vietnamese friends and found that another company called FPT in Vietnam was also involved. So it is a private-public sector partnership for a national program of quickly training the skill sets needed for industries that were coming into Vietnam. Now, if I then move on to your specific question about what we're doing in Singapore, apart from the Skills Development Fund part, is that we have a portfolio companies, and we know that there are certain trends and changes in industry, and this will affect our portfolio companies. And so therefore, they too should be alive to it on the why, the what, and the how. So we have been conducting what we call the Temasek tripartite conversations with the companies in our portfolio, the management, the union representatives, and the government agencies involved. And we discussed the change that might happen in the sector. So last year, it was on climate change, on sustainability, how that's going to affect the companies in this particular instance in the mobility, the transport, and the built environment sectors, right? So it was a necessary conversation to bring everybody at least to a common basis to discuss the subject. Right? So you must have some knowledge. So we got a consultant to tell everybody about that. Different people are at different stages, so bring everybody to the same reference line. And then to understand what it means for the business of that company, and therefore which areas they should start looking at. And then to understand how the jobs are going to change, how the existing employees are going to have to relearn, adapt to the new things which the company may be doing. Right? So this builds common understanding and therefore facilitates the collaboration within the enterprise. That was last year. We are going to do a follow-up in September this year with the same companies on what are the things to do. And this year, we are bringing a different set of people together to discuss artificial intelligence and the impact of artificial intelligence on business and what it means to jobs.
If they doing nothing, what's their punishment?
we are encouraging. I think that when everybody understands what is changing, the management knows that if they do nothing, the business is going to decline, and therefore it's in the interest of the company to do something. As far as the employees are concerned, I think employees worldwide, as far as I know, because I've spent many years in the trade unions, working for the trade unions, every worker wants some assurance that I can do a job, I can earn an income that will feed my family. If you address that fundamental aspiration of the worker, I believe that all workers will be cooperative.
Germany actually have a very strong background working in the trade union, right? So I think you believe the workers' power.
Yes, power, but not power as is exercised in many countries. Because in many countries, the exercise of union power is brawn power. Because they don't understand what's going on, they don't know what to do, and the only thing they know is to resist and to fight and to stop things from changing. We take the approach that we have to educate union leaders and workers about change and what they can do. Give them the confidence that they can change, they can adapt, and therefore, actually life can be better because they be doing a better job, earning a better pay. It is work that has to be done all the time, but unfortunately it's not done in most countries.
We have 2 minutes left, so my question for Lynette and Stephen. I think I'm curious about, from your perspective, what's the most effective way for the company to participate with the university, and what's the best way to co-work with the university? Maybe 1 minute for each.
Well, speaking from a university perspective, what's increasingly popular in the United States, certainly with us at the University of Virginia, is creating spaces for business and academia to interact immediately in real time. So, for example, we've just decided to create an Institute for Biotechnology with a substantial contribution from our state government. A private philanthropist donated $100 million, and business is also donating money. And this Biotech Institute will provide a venue for our scientists and researchers to work side by side. They'll be co-located with an incubator of startup biotech companies. And so that will provide a nexus for cutting-edge research to be shared with cutting-edge business. We're just at the beginning of starting it, but I think it's a really exciting model for promoting that close cooperation.
How about Lynette?
Well, from the perspective of an enterprise, I think it comes from two main things. First is to be very generous in offering what we have to offer to the academics, and TSMC does that. We have academic and research collaborations where we share perspectives and information about our technology to advance the learning and the design. Secondly is to be shameless in asking for what we want the future to look like. To think together, what are the future capabilities that we imagine that are required in the future, and co-creating that, building that curriculum and building those muscles together with the colleges, the universities, earlier in the system, and providing the bridge for the students to be able to access the real life, when rubber hits the road, what does it look like, that kind of world, to the students way earlier in their careers. So the idea is not only to nurture, but to inspire and to provide them with a flavor of what the reality is like. And hopefully that gains traction and that builds not only the muscles, but that passion in them way earlier. On that note, thank you for having me.
Time is up. So hope you enjoyed today's conversation. So let's thanks three distinguished panelists again.
Thank you again to all of our panelists. Before our final panel, we're going to have a brief 5-minute pause while lunch is provided to those joining us in person today. But please remain seated while it's served. Thank you. Go, go, go. Yeah, so I'll give them a 1 minute warning now. Okay. If I could have everyone's attention, we will be resuming the program in 1 minute, just 1 minute. So please return to your seats. Thank you. That didn't work. Yeah, it was an awful idea. Yeah. I know. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're now going to resume the panel discussions. Everyone sit down. Hi, David. Yeah. Yeah, so your photo should go up. Wait for Malcolm to sit down. All right, thank you. So it is now time for our fourth and final panel discussion. And the panel is Addressing Environmental Challenges to Unlock Health Security. At this time, I wish to invite the speakers onto the stage for the photo, followed by the panel discussion. Thank you. Yeah. A voice for radio. Thank you. And please take your seats.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Welcome today for this talk on addressing environmental challenges to unlock health security. I'm once again going to very unfairly condense our panelists' long careers into just a mere few sentences, but let me just introduce them to you first. So at the end, we have Professor David Heyman. He's a professor of infectious disease epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He was also the former executive director of the WHO Communicable Diseases Cluster. Next, we have Sir Colin Tukui-Tonga, who is the Associate Dean, Health and Medical Sciences. He's Associate Dean at the Health and Medical Sciences faculty at the University of Auckland. He was also formerly the coordinator of surveillance and non-communicable diseases for the WHO based in Geneva. We also have Professor Jean Tsai, who is a director and professor in global health and health security at the Taipei Medical University. And we also have Dr. Swee Keng Ko, who is the CEO of Angsana Health, a digital-first primary healthcare system in Malaysia and Southeast Asia. So if you could give them a round of applause, please. So I think in order to kick this off, let's look at the challenges, the dual challenges of climate and health security, and maybe David, you can help us help start us off in terms of how the One Health framework offers a sustainable solution to both of those problems, and maybe you can explain a bit about what the One Health system is.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. You know, we've just been through a pandemic, which has occurred because there was a virus from the animal kingdom that entered humans and spread around the world, and we've heard a lot about that in previous panels. And after that, people have been talking about One Health. And it's really important, I think, to understand what One Health really is. And One Health is a focus on three different areas in our lives: our environment, animal and plant agriculture, and human health. And if we can keep the focus on that, we're working with One Health. But we need to do more than that. We need to understand the factors, the risk factors, that cause the emergence of a new disease in humans. And that requires cross-sector work between the environment, animal and plant agriculture, and humans to identify those risk factors and to either mitigate or prevent the risks from occurring. And many of you will know about the Swiss cheese model, which is a good example of how infections emerge. Swiss cheese, as you know, is a cheese with holes in it. And if you want to pass an arrow through 4 pieces of Swiss cheese, you have to line up 4 holes. And those holes are lined up, and then the arrow can pass through the Swiss cheese. Using that with emerging infections, if you use those holes as risk factors, when those risk factors line up, there's the emergence or a public health event. And a good example of that occurred in East Africa and in the Middle East recently. In fact, this was involving Rift Valley fever, which is a virus, Rift Valley virus, carried by ruminant animals, sheep, goats, cattle. There's a vaccine to prevent Rift Valley fever. But that vaccine was not being used in East Africa because the production facility in Kenya wasn't able to continue producing the vaccine. So the first hole in the Swiss cheese, or the first risk factor, is actually the fact that there were no vaccinations in ruminant animals. The second hole in the Swiss cheese was an El Nino event. El Nino occurred in the Indian Ocean area, and there was flooding. And flooding led to 2 more risk factors that lined up. One was increased breeding sites for mosquitoes, and mosquitoes are the way that the Rift Valley virus is transmitted among ruminant animals, from animal to animal, but also from animals to humans. And in addition, the blood of those animals can infect humans. So there was an El Nino event, an increase in breeding of mosquitoes, and at the same time there was flooding, which caused animals and humans to become closer together. The result of the alignment of all those risk factors was a public health emergency, really. It was the emergence of Rift Valley fever in humans, which caused an outbreak and many, many deaths. Now, to prevent that outbreak, there would be many things that can be done in the short term and long term. In the short term, you could be vaccinating animals, and hopefully animals will be vaccinated in the future. But in addition, there are some mitigation factors, educating people about the disease, using mosquito nets to prevent mosquito bites. So that's the emergence in the short term. In the long term, though, there are other things that can be done, and that includes speeding up our activities with the climate change treaty, for example, to prevent events that cause flooding and cause emergence, and also at the same time to work closer with the World Trade Organization, because the follow-up to this outbreak was that unvaccinated animals went to Saudi Arabia and Yemen and caused outbreaks in those countries as well. And now in those countries they're having to vaccinate to prevent the infection in humans. So the emergence occurred, and that's the way factors line up. Closer here to Taiwan, there are typhoons, which continuously cause flooding and the risk and many times outbreaks of cholera. And there's rice, animal, and humans who all use antibiotics. Rice culture uses antibiotics to prevent certain blights, as does the pork and poultry industry to prevent infections in humans, and does the human community to treat infections. So we've got antibiotics in our environment which are selecting out resistant bacteria which then infect others. And so we've got a whole series of events that are happening in this area, as in the rest of the world, which are lining up the risk factors to cause an emergence. All of these and future events have long-term and short-term solutions. Short-term is good public health, but long-term is solidarity among people living on this planet. And that solidarity must lead us to understand how emergence occurs and to understand the solutions, but more importantly, to give these solutions and understanding to our political leaders. And that's why CAPRI is so important, because it's creating a solidarity among technical workers and people in this area, which will eventually develop the information which political leaders will hear. So that's what One Health is, Jennifer. I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, absolutely. And you did touch upon Taiwan there, and maybe that's a good segue for Jean to make a comment about a Taiwan-specific issue in terms of the challenges that Taiwan faces in securing its health and climate security. So maybe you want to comment on that.
Okay, thank you first for the question. First of all, I would like to say it's my pleasure to be here in the panel. And also, it's a really exciting experience for me to communicate with the world in Taipei rather than in Geneva and also DC. So I would like to thank for CAPRI and also Shirley for the platform and also the opportunities. Regarding the issues and challenges of Taiwan face for the climate change and health, I would like to start from two facts of climate change in Taiwan. First is the temperature changes. So Taiwan is more and more hot over decades, like the other part of the world. And also there are more frequent extreme weathers, for example, hot days or even cold days. And also the frequency of a big temperature difference days within a short run is more and more increased. So we will experience the temperature difference over 5 degrees within a week, even more frequent than before. And the second significant point is the rainfall. Actually, the yearly average rainfall amount is not significantly changed in Taiwan over years. However, the days of rainfall is much more concentrated. So in some days, we will experience the difficulty of no water, like now, but also in some days, we'll have to experience the difficulties of heavy rainfalls. And those kind of two facts actually lead to at least three significant health concerns in Taiwan. And first of all, of course, due to the temperatures. So the hot weather actually brings the increased risk of heat wave and a heat stroke. And then the lower temperature and also the frequency of big temperature difference actually lead to the increased risk of respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. And this already be proved and also be observed in the data and study of Taiwan. And then secondly, the big challenges is the changing pattern of infectious disease, especially dengue fevers. And that is extremely, of course, famous also. So due to the changing pattern, previously dengue fever is the issues of southern part of Taiwan. But now we can even observe the cases happen in Taipei. So it's extremely the impact of climate change, which increase the challenge of infectious disease control. And also, like David mentioned, typhoon and the other things in AMR, and also the waterborne and the foodborne diseases due to those kind of environmental changes also increase the challenges of infectious disease control. And third point, it's the problems from the reduction of agricultural products. So because of those kind of climate change, the reduction of the agricultural products actually lead to the risk of food security and also the malnutrition issues in Taiwan. So we can already experience a little bit, and I think this is only the initial stage of these worries. So I would like to say that would be the three key areas that they challenge Taiwan now. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe it's a good kind of segue to Colin as well, just to talk about the Pacific Islands in terms of the health and security challenges and how the two are interconnected. Could you maybe speak about that?
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. The climate crisis and all its ramifications is the issue for the Pacific Islands, and many in the region are a little bit annoyed about those who continue to deny that it exists. In the first 6 months of this year, I live in Auckland in New Zealand, and the first 6 months of this year we've had this dreadful weather, Cyclone Gabrielle and too much rain. And if it wasn't so serious, I find it amusing that people panic and don't know what to do. And I tell my colleagues and friends, actually, this is what the people in the Pacific Islands have to go through every year from November through to March. It's going to get worse, and get used to it. The climate crisis affects pretty much all of, for the public health practitioners in the room, the determinants of health: the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water we drink. But there are three main consequences, I guess, for the Pacific Islands. The media and the public get very excited about severe weather events, tropical cyclones or typhoons, as you call them, severe flooding, and so on. It's always dramatic, and it captures the attention of people. And of course, it is a major risk to health. Fortunately, in the Pacific Islands, mortality associated with severe weather events is actually pretty low. And I think that's more a function of population density and scattered populations than any good planning. It's fortunate, obviously, that mortality is associated. Severe weather events, of course, cause a lot of damage. In 2015, severe tropical cyclone Pam decimated Vanuatu, crops, schools, infrastructure, some $700 million worth of damage. In 2020, Tropical Cyclone Harold did a lot of damage. So from a public health viewpoint, there are clearly risks, but it's obviously far more important in terms of the economy, people's property, crops, and so on. The second thing that happens that always in the media is sea level rise and stories of some islands, Tuvalu going under. That's rather dramatic, but clearly sea level rise is a consequence, and it will affect places, islands. In Fiji, I was involved in plans for relocating some 70-odd villages away from the coast. But these are obviously manageable. The one that probably is less dramatic and less visible and less in the minds of people is ocean acidification and warming and its damaging effects on coral and subsequently fish and sea life. Pacific Island people are people of the sea. 80% of their protein source come from fish. And if your food chain is compromised, people turn to tinned fish and rice and flour and processed food, which, by the way, is the second or first equal public health problem for island communities. And so ocean acidification and warming is a major problem in the Pacific Islands. As I say, there are clearly multiple effects of the climate crisis. People in the islands are a little bit grumpy with the rest of the world. This is an issue of social justice. Less than 0.03% of the harmful greenhouse gases generated by the Pacific Islands, and yet they're at the front end of all the negative stuff associated with the climate crisis. So there's an issue of social justice, and they've been very vocal at Global Forum about people needing to do the right thing. And I have to say I agree with them. And we need to act decisively on the measures that need to be taken to curtail, to curb. There's a lot going on in adaptation and mitigation activities in the islands, but you got to turn the tap off. And we haven't turned the tap off. I don't think that further scientific evidence, big reports on the impact of the climate crisis is going to help us. This is a moral, ethical, personal decision, and we really need to act more decisively. We're all in this together. It just happens that some people are much more exposed than others. Thanks.
Now, Sweet Kang, we talked about a lot of things already. We talked about mortality, food security, malnutrition. How can we integrate all of these considerations, health security, universal health coverage, healthy societies, climate change, and One Health, as David spoke about, given that there are significant overlap between all of them, but they're not often discussed together? Maybe into that.
Thank you, Jennifer. Jennifer's raised several topics. So the first one is health security, which we can define. I'll start by providing some definitions and then providing a little bit of context of how to unite these very different themes in health. The first one is health security, which means protection from disease. Number two, universal health coverage, which means everybody should get the healthcare that they deserve when they need it without going financially bankrupt. Thirdly, there's health promotion, which is all the series of preventive and promotive activities to improve the health of societies and the well-being of societies. Fourthly, there's climate change. And fifthly, there's One Health, as David has explained earlier. These are 5 separate concepts. In any typical health ministry in any country, these 5 concepts usually have 5 different departments or units in the same ministry or agency that are responsible for each of the 5. And how do we get them to talk to each other and have a united, common, and shared vision? That is Jennifer's question. To answer this question, let me provide 2 thoughts for potential answers. And these are very boring answers. Why is it boring? Because government is supposed to be boring. When done correctly, governments are boring, which is good because you don't really realize that they're there. So the first step is public administration, and the second step, or the second solution to bring all 5 units together, is shared funding and shared KPIs, or key performance indicators. Let's talk about public administration. In South Korea, a country I admire very much, is the Ministry of Health and Welfare. In Japan, it's the Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, which means that health, labor, welfare, family, they're all interconnected. So that's one way to just change the public administration of a country to get all 5 pieces together. What are the 5 pieces again? Health security, universal health coverage, health promotion, climate change, and One Health. Another example about public administration is to break the silos within the independent units and the independent departments, even within the same ministry. That could be quarterly meetings at a director general level, monthly meetings at a director level, and so on. A third way, which is a little bit requiring a much larger political commitment, is to do what Japan did, a headquarters for health policy, which is a cabinet-level position reporting directly to the Prime Minister. These are all public administration changes which are invisible but yet get the job done. The second way to get all 5 parties together, and before I turn the floor back to Jennifer, is for shared funding. Meaning to say that usually it is 5 sectors, then to repeat, health security, universal health coverage, health promotion, climate change, and One Health. Most departments in any given ministry have the same problem of, my problem is bigger than your problem. So health security will say, I have a bigger problem than universal health coverage, and UHC will say, my problem is the most important one to solve before health promotion. So that my problem is bigger than your problem can be solved if you create shared funding mechanisms. This requires the Treasury and the Ministry of Finance to come and say, I will only give you multi-department, multi-ministry, or multi-agency, or inter-department, inter-ministry, inter-sectoral, whatever term you prefer. I'll only give you money if you have a shared program, rather than having you compete with each other for the same pot of money. So these are 2 public administration ways, changing the organizational structure, but also secondly, changing the funding mechanisms to encourage more collaboration.
Great. Now, you mentioned this siloing, and I wanted to ask David, perhaps, when it comes to the WHO, do you think that the WHO acted quickly enough to reduce the impact of COVID? What could it have done better? Was this siloing, in other words, did that impact the WHO's response?
Well, thanks, Jennifer. I don't like to make judgments. I like to put the facts out, and I like people to be able to make their own decisions. And it's clear that WHO was notified about the pandemic, or about the beginnings of the pandemic, on the 31st of December or the 1st of January in 2019. They announced this to the world on their website, and countries in Asia, by the 21st, I know Singapore and many other countries, we heard from EK and YY, were already dealing with this as an outbreak that needed to be stopped. They were stopping outbreaks that occurred, and countries in this part of the world, in the Asia Pacific, really reacted rapidly, while Europe and North America seemed to just be sitting watching. And by reacting rapidly, they were able to keep the virus at low levels. Still, it entered the countries, but at low levels. And if you look at today at the mortality that's provided by WHO of what went on in the world, this part of the world had mortality rates about many, many times lower, about 500 to 600 per million, compared to 3,500, 3,600 in Europe and North America. So what we saw was that there was a rapid response here because the countries were on the alert. They were able to line up those risk factors in their national advisory boards, which said, we need to get busy and stop these outbreaks because we don't know what will happen in the future. So, and other countries in this area just closed their borders completely and prevented it from entering, waiting hopefully that they would have a vaccine at one time. So the judgment is for you to make, but the figures were there, and some countries reacted differently than others, and in the end we had a pandemic which spread around the world.
And going to you, Jean, when you look at it from an international legal perspective, what can be done to focus attention on health and climate?
So actually following David's previous talk, there are several international legal instruments actually related to health and also climate issues. So for example, the international health regulations under WHO and the UNFCCC for climate change, and also the regulations under WTO, that's all relevant. And although the international law have a well-known weakness as a law enforcement and also a painful, slow negotiations due to its multilateral natures. However, it's a way to show the broad consensus regarding the recognition of the issue and also the actions that have to be done. So study shows that not only the international regulations itself have the impacts on the national policy implementations, even the negotiation process actually bring the impacts on the national policy making and planning. So I would like to say from this viewpoint, even though there is a significant weakness of this kind of approaches, I think we should more aggressively or continue to use this legal instrument approaches to at least reach the consensus among all regarding the issues and also the potential action moving forwards. And also talking that although a lot of people here in this room might say that globalization is almost die or already died, but actually you can see that after COVID-19, well, we suddenly see again the international traveling. Like today, we have a lot of international travelers here, and that's the blessing that actually even though the geographical difficulties, but we still have the mindset that we want to connect it with each other. So from that perspective, the globalization driven by international trade might bring, from the decades, bring the damages to climate and to the security of the health also. But then it could also be a reverse approach for dealing with the issues. So currently, for example, the green economy approaches or green banking approaches, investment approaches could lead to a possible surrounding international regulations for this kind of activities. And I think that is also a way that we can try to talk on the issue, to try to much more collaborative approaches to solve the problems. And I would like to emphasize again here today that also due to the geographical politics issues, I think the regional collaborations is even more important than before. So we can considering to use the regional collaboration approaches through either agreement or the regulations to form the much more strengthened chance to secure all of us in these regions. That's my answer currently. Thank you.
Jean just mentioned a few of the problems that come out of increasing globalization, interconnectivity, and how that impacts the environment. And perhaps we can go to you speaking about just in terms of health systems accounting for about 4.4% of global emissions. So what can be done to reduce this figure and make health systems more environmentally sustainable?
Thank you, Jennifer. Excuse me. Health systems, they account for 4.4% of global emissions, like Jennifer has mentioned, and therefore healthcare systems and health systems are both a cause of global warming and a recipient of the damages from global warming. So it's a very difficult position for health systems to be in. Number two, philosophically, to decarbonize a health system is obviously important. Nobody will argue against that. We have to balance the acts of decarbonizing a health system with considerations of equity and access, meaning don't deny healthcare to people who need it just for the sake of decarbonizing. With that in mind, there are three ways. The first way for us to decarbonize the health system is to remove wastage, over-treatment, over-prescriptions in a health system. A specific example, one MRI scan. So if you've had an MRI scan before, that is 17 kilograms of carbon dioxide. And there is this phenomenon called doctor shopping. So when you see one doctor and then a second doctor and a third doctor, every antibiotic, every treatment, every x-ray, every MRI, every doctor's visit incurs carbon emissions. Therefore, if we can increase the efficiency, reduce wastage, reduce over-treatment, over-prescription, over everything else, we'll fix antimicrobial resistance, we'll fix healthcare costs, we can also reduce carbon emissions. As a crazy number, the US spends $4 trillion on healthcare a year. 1/3 of that is wasted. That's $1 trillion worth of healthcare is wasted every year. We need to reduce the wastage, and that will reduce carbon emissions. The second way is actually to move healthcare away from hospitals. This is a trend called dehospitalization. Hospitals are great, we love hospitals, but they're also very carbon intensive physical buildings. The building of the hospital, the machines that are in there. If there's a way that we can shift care to the community, primary care, digital care, virtual care, that you don't have to attend to see a doctor, all these things are going to reduce the amounts of emissions, meaning to bring care to the community. That's the second way. And the third and final way, let's call it the standard net zero pathways. The UK, the United Kingdom National Health Service, has committed to be a net zero health system. They committed this in 2020. I think they've given themselves a 10-year roadmap. I think that health systems around the world should probably do a little bit more as well. Those are three specific ways that health systems can decarbonize. We haven't spoken about insurance and how insurance can drive decarbonization. We haven't spoken about private equity, the role of sovereign wealth funds like Temasek, and how these entities can also help the process of decarbonizing the health system as well. Jennifer.
And Going to you, Colin, in terms of the Pacific Islands, what is the relationship between climate, health systems, and thinking specifically about mental health? That's something that you want to talk about as well. How does that relate to Pacific Islands?
Everyone has an opinion on mental health and disorders, but we actually have, in the Pacific at least, we don't have good information on the nature and extent of the mental anguish and distress that people feel in relation to climate change. And one part of my day job is, in fact, we're part of a study into mental health disorders in Polynesian countries. So clearly we need to learn more about mental health problems. But there's obviously a lot of literature on the effect of climate change on mental health, anxiety disorders, manifestations of loss. One of the key issues for Pacific people is the prospect of being dislocated or displaced and to move elsewhere. People are concerned about that, and obviously a lot of conversations. But people are clearly reluctant to be relocated. They've lived in those villages forever. The dead are buried around the houses where they live, and if they move, what happens to their ancestors? A whole lot of those issues. So, as I say, there's no doubt that there are significant consequences of the uncertainty associated with the climate crisis. But we need to know better. Mental disorders are about, they're socio-cultural phenomenon as much as a medical health diagnosis. And we've got to be much more precise and well-informed in terms of devising responses. Pacific people are resilient. They've lived on these islands forever, and they know how to cope with adversity. They know how to manage risk. At the beginning, when I talked about low mortality, in fact, in Vanuatu, they thought the low mortality associated with 2 Cat 5 cyclones was as much to do with the traditional knowledge about how things happen and how they react to these things. So I guess the short answer, Jennifer, is we need to be much more sophisticated about mental health disorders and well-being so that we can respond appropriately. One of the worst things we can do is to overreact and label things wrongly and put in place measures that are unhelpful. So clearly a problem, but we need to do better by way of more precise knowledge.
Right, and thinking about being more sophisticated about tackling these kind of issues, that requires a level of funding, right, state-backed funding. When it comes to addressing the issues surrounding climate and health security, and I want to open it up to anyone to respond to this, is a different approach required for each country reflecting their income level? And can you maybe provide some specific examples? Anyone? Yeah.
Colin, do you want to?
I'm not sure that I fully understand the question. Clearly, for the Pacific Islands, given their small economies and limited resources, they rely heavily on the international sources of funding, and they have to be tailored in some way. The Pacific Islands receive a lot of official development assistance from Australia and New Zealand and elsewhere dedicated to mitigation and adaptation. The Global Fund is an important source of funding for these activities. But if you talk to people on the ground, of course, what's important is the ability to enable, to resource and to support communities to respond to the threats associated with the climate crisis. And so I think the Global Fund is a fantastic idea. I think people tell me that it's a bureaucratic nightmare to be able to access the funds, and it needs to be simplified in some way. So clearly, in terms of resources, at least for the Pacific Islands, people are accessing the resource that's required.
Maybe I'd add a little bit. You know, no country is free of the risk of an emergence of an infection. No country. And we saw that when people were watching the Asia-Pacific area for H5N1, bird flu, avian flu, back in the early 2000s, there was a feeling that that would become the next pandemic. People were very concerned, watching closely here. And what happened? It emerged in the southern US, northern Mexico. That was the pandemic that emerged of influenza. It didn't emerge where people were looking. So we just have to understand that you can't predict when infections or when anything will occur. It's the lining up of those risk factors that's important, and they can occur in economies that are very highly developed and in lesser economies.
Okay, so I try to answer these questions. I think I would like to learn from the previous panels that actually the solutions for each country is, however, have to adapt to the unique situations of the countries rather than only the considerations of income. So, for example, the culture and also the environment and all the social norm and all the things that they so every country might have their own unique or significantly common parts, but also specialize in their own national concerns. And so I would like to also share some information with SK that actually for Taiwan, we're also trying to have that cross-sectional collaborations for the issues. For example, our Ministry of Health is becoming a Ministry of Health and Well-being. So we're trying to enlarge the scale of tackling the issues. And also for this climate change, now currently we have a response strategy under the umbrella of sustainability and also net zero emission policies. So we try. So of course, I think the common issues around the world, especially for the countries who already start to try to solve the problem is that if we if we respond fast enough, or if we have a strong leadership regarding the direction enough or not. So I would like to address the issues from that perspective. So there are already countries moving forward, and for those countries, we should move faster and trying to tackle what's the difficulties, why we cannot move forward. And for the countries who did not start yet, maybe we can try to start to front raising out the awareness of the importance, and also strengthen the capacity that they have the capacity to deal with the problem and respond to the problems also. So that's my answer.
Thanks, Jennifer, and thanks, Jean. I'm glad that Taiwan is shifting to a new ministry name, and hopefully there'll be a lot more well-being in Taiwan the next time we're here. To go back to Jennifer's question is, should there be a one-size-fits-all solution for all countries to mitigate climate change? And the answer to that is no, based on what Jean has mentioned in that analysis. Let me add a call to action for high-income countries and countries with a technological sophistication. The call to action is as follows. While we can set global standards for like nationally determined contributions, according to the Paris Agreement, we must decarbonize X percentage of our economy, etc., any examples of global standards must be matched with donor funding and technological transfers in a way that builds the local capacity in low and middle income countries. Not just I give you the tech only without helping you build the capacity and the human capital and the systems to be able to absorb that technology. Meaning to say that high income countries and technologically more sophisticated countries have a moral duty, also a philosophical, ethical, scientific duty. Not only that, I think there are also commercial opportunities if done correctly in order to help, say, less developed countries as we move up the value chain, if I can use this word, to fight climate change together. Thank you. Jennifer.
So we've got about 6 minutes left, so I just want to leave the panelists with enough time to make some closing remarks. But maybe we can take a look forward. In terms of health and climate surveillance measures, how can those measures be supported at a global, regional, and national level? What actionable steps can we take?
Well, at the global level, certainly we need to do more to get health involved in the climate change discussions and in the treaty. And we've not done a good job of that. We've not gotten the political leaders to understand the real impact of the environment and these changes that are occurring in health. At the regional level, dialogue such as this is extremely important to bring everybody to the same level of understanding, including the political leaders. And then at the national level, such activities as joint risk assessment between the environmental people, the agriculture people, the human people, working together once a month, looking at those risk factors, looking at how they might align, look at the Swiss cheese model, and then try to interrupt some of those risk factors so that events don't occur. So there's importance at all three levels. Colin, yeah.
Oh, just to add, within the Pacific, there is a thing called the Pacific Public Health Surveillance Network, started in 1986. Australia and New Zealand are part of that, but it's within the Pacific region. And they rely, of course, on the global arrangements to transmit the information beyond. There were questions about laboratory capability and areas for improvement, but there is in place a mechanism that's worked, at least for the Pacific Islands, in terms of alert and early warning.
Okay, so from the global level, I would like to echo a little bit that the surveillance systems cross-disciplinary approaches to collecting the information regarding the issues would be a really important step to move forward. So now, we are from the human sector, comparatively, we've done a good job, but from the environmental sector and other agricultural sector, especially from the viewpoint of our One Health approaches, actually the data is only for human currently. So for the environment and for the animal, I think globally we can do more collaborations for this kind of surveillance. And for regional, maybe it's a starting point, at least for today. It shows that there is a strong commitment for the regional collaborations also. So there is a need also for the regional capacities buildings for not only the surveillance data collection, but also for the possible collaborative approaches for the policy level to move forward, because those kind of regional approaches would share the similarities of this kind of concerns in the region. So that would be the way that we can try, and then I guess CAPRI can play a important platform, or the current platforms if it's supporting the current platforms like APEC or the others. And for the nation, I think at least when we see the regions, there are several countries like Singapore, Korea, and Taiwan, or even maybe possibly Japan, already start over this kind of approaches to move forward. So I have a positive viewpoints regarding the potential futures, and hopefully the leadership will be there, and also the collaboration will be much more permanent there. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer's question is about surveillance. So I'm, in a sense, sorry, I was going to say I'm pro-surveillance, but that's tricky. So what I might say is that surveillance requires a collection of data, which is very important. We're all pro the collection of data for public health reasons. Number two, the data should be shared. And thirdly, the data should have actionable insights rather than just collect data for no reason. Let me set all that aside, right, and offer three sets of facts about how the world enforces compliance. Meaning there are various international treaties like the International Health Regulations, they've got the Pandemic Accords, we've got the Paris Agreement, various other international treaties, too many to name. And the world can enforce compliance and therefore surveillance in three ways. The first one is self-assessment. We assess ourselves, or countries assess themselves. Number two is to have peers assessing each other, like Malaysia, where I'm from, middle-income country, we assess another middle-income country, example, Indonesia, Thailand, and then they also assess us. Thirdly will be an external review. What that means is we get an independent third party to come in and review. So the self-reviews have taken place, for example, the Joint External Evaluation of the World Health Organization is an example of a self-review, or the Universal Periodic Review of the Human Rights Council, also an example of a self-review. An example of a peer review would be the World Trade Organization's Trade Policy Review Mechanism. An example of an external review would be the International Labour Organization's reviews of labour rights and policies, and also the Paris Agreement's nationally determined contributions. Finally, there are the very invasive reviews like nuclear weapons or Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical and Nuclear Weapons, that's very invasive, right? You go into a country without consent. That's a separate conversation. The point is that there are multiple ways for us to enforce compliance, not just surveil. Surveil's important, but accountability and mutual shared responsibility and appropriate trust, but verify mechanisms are equally as important. Thank you, Jennifer.
Great. I'm afraid that's all we have time for today, but please give a round of applause to our panelists.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists over the 4 sessions for their illuminating insights. I'm sure we've all learned quite a lot today. Please remain seated as we prepare for the lunchtime conversation. Thank you. Two minutes. Everyone, can you please return to your seats so that we can start in 60 seconds? Thank you.
Just no one listening.
Can everyone standing at the back, please take your seats. Okay.
Not off now.
Okay. Again? Please.
Off the lift.
Okay. And please welcome to the forum, Premier Chen Ren. We will now commence our lunchtime conversation, placing resilience at the heart of society, and we are incredibly fortunate to have Premier Chen here with us today to share his thoughts on the topic. Premier Chen's speech will be followed by concluding remarks by Malcolm Turnbull. But in the meantime, I wish to invite Professor Lin to return to the stage. Professor Lin.
Thank you very much. What a great morning of discussion. I learned so much, even though I've been intimately involved with the research that you heard this morning. I'd like to thank all the speakers for the rich conversations, and I wanted to let you all know, because so many of you have asked me in the hallway, where did they come from? Well, they came from Charlottesville, Phoenix, Arizona, London, Madrid, Venice, in the case of Malcolm, Auckland, Seoul, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Manila, and Kaohsiung. Thank you very much. All of you are jet lagged and still awake to be at our final panel. Our panelists have highlighted how the Asia-Pacific region is sharing its successes, failures, and learnings across public health, economic dynamism, talent circulation, and sustainable growth. I think these conversations show that none of these challenges exist in the world in a vacuum. They transcend. I also like to thank our media partners, Bloomberg and Commonwealth, for co-organizing this event with us, and especially Yishan Chen and Jennifer Creary for organizing the excellent and insightful panels. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce our lunchtime conversation, placing resilience at the heart of society, where we bring current Premier Chen Jianren together with our Advisory Council Chair, Malcolm Turnbull, a former Prime Minister of Australia, here with you today. We invited Premier Chen to speak at our annual forum today because his experience bridges the world of science and the world of policy. Prime Minister Chen has a doctorate in epidemiology and human genetics from Johns Hopkins University, and he dedicated himself to genomic and epidemiological research for over 40 years. He's an academician and distinguished research fellow of the Genomics Research Center at Academia Sinica here in Taipei. He's one of the pioneers in research on predicting risk of end-stage liver disease in people with chronic hepatitis B. You'll probably find pamphlets of his face all over health centers in Taiwan. He knows about community health and national policy. In 2021, he was appointed as an academician to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences by the Pope. Premier Chen's health and scientific background informed his experience in government. He was Taiwan's Minister of Health during the SARS pandemic in 2003, and he was Vice President when COVID-19 broke out in 2020. As part of the Reform for Resilience Commission, he has been advising CAPRI on its founding throughout 2021 and always believed in resilience as the center's mission. Since he took office as the Prime Minister, he has also made resilience the center of his administration's mission. Premier Chen's speech this afternoon will be followed by comments by Malcolm Turnbull. Returning to the stage, if you were not here this morning, please go to our YouTube and listen to his amazing speech. His speech will close out our forum as chair of CAPRI's International Advisory Council. Almost all of our council members are here. And we have had the honor of hosting Malcolm twice this year, in today's forum here and in Charlottesville, Virginia last month, where he and his wife, Lucy Turnbull, the Lord Mayor of Sydney, joined CAPRI council member Steve Mall, who's also here, in conversation at the University of Virginia. Malcolm has been supportive of CAPRI's mission of enhancing resilience and promoting innovative policy through interdisciplinary research since its beginning. Today's closed conversation is a reunion of sorts for the three of us. Malcolm and I have known each other since 1997 when we were both, it's embarrassing to say, bankers. And our families, including my husband, Harry Harding, have kept in touch personally and professionally with Malcolm and his family. As a political leader, he has focused on clean energy and resilience for Australia and the region, including saving the TPP and creating the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership. His biography, unfortunately, has not been translated into Chinese, partly because it is so thick, but all of you can download it on Kindle to read his chapter about how to save the TPP. During the pandemic, we came together to create the Global Reform for Resilience Commission, which we founded in 2020, to make the COVID-19 pandemic a catalyst for reform, not a challenge, but an opportunity to improve resilience across health, economy, and environment. And along the way, Commission's co-chairs, José Manuel Barroso, chair of Gavi, and former president of the European Commission, who is also on our council, who unfortunately cannot be here today, we together invited Prime Minister C.J. Chen to join the commission. At that time, Professor Chen had returned to research full-time at Academia Sinica. Throughout the following year, our little team in Taipei here, including our supporters, early donors, made plans to establish an independent, non-governmental organization. Professor Chen supported and advised us until he re-entered politics at the end of 2021. We talked on a regular basis, and I know how deeply committed he is to societal resilience. Before turning the floor over to Premier Chen, I'd like to take a minute of your time to again thank our International Advisory Council, who volunteered to be on our council, and senior fellows who come from all these different countries that you heard today in the second and fourth panel, and guest speakers participating in our forum. We also like to thank our co-founders, having been involved in so many different partnerships now. The Partnership for Health System Sustainability and Resilience Project include partners who are here today: AstraZeneca, Philips, KPMG, and the WHO Foundation, the World Economic Forum, and the London School of Economics. Our donors our donors and board members who make CAPRI's work possible, and CAPRI's staff for working tirelessly to put it all together. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just now listening to Lynette Ng from TSMC, how she said that the Taiwanese have a problem of being over-talented and overworking. I have to say, I just like to change that statement to say people who are in Taiwan simply are overcommitted and very passionate. We, as a very small team of 12, come from 6 countries. So what I like to edit is not just the Taiwanese. People who come to this island and stay here simply have something out of the ordinary. We have a very small staff of 12 people, 4 in the UK and the United States, but they come from 6 countries, and they all overwork so much that I cannot follow them. And I thank you. You probably see them all over the place here. I thank you for joining us. You are part of us now, either in person or online, and I hope you'll continue to follow our work, help us, volunteer for us, intern for us in any way possible. Now I'd like to invite Prime Minister Chen up to the stage to tell us how we can place resilience at the heart of society, and we look forward to Malcolm's closing remarks afterwards. Thank you again for coming today.
Chair of CAPRI, Professor Lin, former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Tombo, distinguished guests, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And thank you for your introduction, Professor Lin. It is an absolute honor for me to address this luncheon section of the CAPRI 2023 annual forum. CAPRI has a special status as the first international think tank headquartered in Taiwan. It actively pursued its ambition to help Taiwan improve and build consensus among different voices. I have high expectation of the recent debate and pooling of wisdom by scholars and experts from diverse countries at this summit. I'm confident that this will generate substantive and forward-looking suggestions on creating a better future for Taiwan, a future that Taiwanese in all walks of life can feel to be worth looking forward to. Now that the COVID-19 pandemic is coming to an end and global supply chains are being reconfigured, countries throughout the Asia-Pacific are developing various strategies for seizing emerging opportunities amid the changing conditions of global economic competition. However, the challenges that have confronted us over recent years, particularly the US-China trade conflict, the once-in-a-100 years pandemic, the Russian-Ukraine war, and the intensification of climate change impact have made evident just how vulnerable and helpless national economies and global supply chains are in the face of sudden extreme risks. Moreover, these challenges go beyond border and are interdisciplinary, so that no country has in their power to confront them alone. We must all rely on working together with like-minded countries to adopt consistent and effective responses, as this is the only way to cope with them. As Pacific countries embark upon the post-pandemic reconstruction, CAPRI has brought together to Taiwan internationally renowned scholars and experts to discuss the direction of strengthening national resilience in the region under the theme of Asian Pacific, a resilient phoenix rising from the pandemic. This forum is very timely and in significance and importance. I believe it will help us to enhance the international perspective of our country's policy making and at the same time serve as a reference for other Asian Pacific countries. Due to Taiwan's special geopolitical situation, our people have always lived by the motto, be prepared for danger in times of peace. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. The SARS pandemic in 2003 further strengthened our alertness to the risk of transnational infectious diseases. Since 2016, under the leadership of President Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, our government has carried out a series of plans and actions to bolster our country's resilience, effectively enhancing the key role of Taiwan's industry in global supply chains. During the pandemic, Taiwan has displayed to the world the strength of our economic and industrial resilience. We not only were one of the few countries in the world to maintain positive economic growth in 2020, but even achieve an 11-year high growth rate of 6.5% in 2021. Our labor market also remained relatively stable throughout that time, with no significant increase in unemployment rate. Since the beginning of this year, we have had to contend with a global economic slowdown, along with many persisting uncertainties in the international political and economic environment. In order to reduce the adverse impact of external shocks on our economy and society, the government secured the passage of a special legislation to boost economic and social resilience and share the proceeds of growth in the post-pandemic era. Besides the distribution of a cash handout of 6,000 NT dollars to every man, woman, and child as a means of ensuring that the fruits of economic growth are shared with the entire population. This new law also provides support to upgrading and transforming industries and SMEs, expands public transportation subsidies, set up measures to attract foreign tourists to Taiwan, and strengthen agricultural infrastructure. These efforts aim to ensure growth momentum and maintaining the resilience of industrial development. National resilience is composed of a wide range of elements. It is only by identifying issues and challenges faced by the country and demonstrating executive and governance capabilities can national resilience be effectively strengthened and accumulated. Taiwan, for example, as a country that is highly integrated into the international economic system, must attend to strengthening national security and upholding regional stability and peace, while also maintaining constant effort to reform and optimize conditions in the realm of its economy, society, and environment. Only thus can the resilience and resistance of the nation be enhanced. Innovation is the driving force of Taiwan's economic growth and is a key factor in industrial transformation and upgrading. Faced with the rapid evolution of digital technology, Taiwan must continuously strengthen its own innovation capability and make every effort to integrate with the world in order to secure its key position in global supply chain and thereby bolster its economic resilience. In terms of industrial innovation and transformation, the government has been promoting 6 core strategic industry, given active support to the development of the information and digital industry, the cybersecurity industry, the precision health industry, national defense and strategic industry, the green and renewable energy industry, and strategic stockpile industries. support is particularly targeted at maintaining technical leadership, deploying forward-looking application, and ensuring the supply of key materials to consolidate Taiwan's key leading position in the world's technology sector. To tap into the major trend of global supply chain restructuring, the government is also working hard to improve the investment environment, hoping to make invest in Taiwan a prime choice of global corporate deployment. Measures introduced under the three major programs for investing in Taiwan aim at attracting overseas Taiwanese business to bring investment back to Taiwan and encouraging domestic businesses to expand investment have so far helped raise the investment in Taiwan to an accumulative total of more than 2 trillion NT dollars, bringing more than 145,000 job opportunities. In addition, we also have been doing our best to enhance the global attractiveness of Taiwan's investment environment. Last year, the amount of overseas Taiwanese and foreign investment in Taiwan exceeds 13.3 billion US dollars, an increase of 78% over the previous year. This is the clearest possible proof that international investors have a high degree of confidence in Taiwan. In terms of expanding supply chain globalization, on the one hand, we have continued to assist enterprises to grasp the opportunity of global supply chain restructuring and pursue global strategic deployment to avoid the risks of over-reliance on a single market. While on the other hand, we have actively collaborated with like-minded partners to build a resilient supply chain system. Taiwan and the United States, for example, have focused on collaboration in key industries such as semiconductors, 5Gs, electric vehicles, conducted through dialogues such as the Taiwan-U.S. Trade and Investment Framework Agreement, the Taiwan-U.S. Economic Prosperity Partnership Dialogue, and the Taiwan-U.S. Dialogue Economic Forum. Meanwhile, Taiwan and the U.S. have concluded the first round of negotiation for the Taiwan-U.S. 21st Century Trade Initiative to strengthen bilateral trade and investment and enhance market economy and international linkage. In recent years, Taiwan's relations with Europe have been greatly strengthened. Our government has launched the plan to strengthen linkage with Europe, aimed at the deepening cooperation with Slovakia, the Czech Republic, Lithuania, and other Central and Eastern European countries that share values of freedom, democracy, and human rights, combining our respective advantages in trade and industry to jointly build resilient democratic supply system. Furthermore, the government has also been implementing the new southbound policy to promote economic, trade, and industrial cooperation with the ASEAN, South Asia, New Zealand, Australia, and other countries. Under this policy, we have been utilizing Taiwan's advantages to establish a platform of helping our countries link our industries, link into the supply chain of targeted countries, for instance, by facilitating the export of smart city system integration solution under the Asian Silicon Valley Development Program. With regard to this social resilience, an aging population and low birth rate are common problems faced by many countries in Asia and Europe, with long-term implications for national resilience. Taiwan is addressing these challenges through the through both demographic policies and improving manpower quality, with the hope of being able to slow or even reverse the trend of manpower shortage. In terms of population policy, we have actively strengthened childcare services, promoted the policy to support families to raise children from birth through the age of 6, continue to implement a set of measures to counter the fall in fertility rate. We have greatly increased the funding for these purposes, up from 15 billion NT dollars in 2016 to more than 100 billion NT dollars this year. The supply of affordable childcare services has been substantially expanded and amount of childcare subsidies increased. These measures all support our aim of building a parenting-friendly environment so that young people are more willing to have children. At the same time, we are aiming to create more family-friendly workplace conditions that allows a better balance between work and family to encourage women to take up jobs and increase the female labor participation rate. Furthermore, in order to enhance the quality of workforce and meet industrial's demand for the talents, we must beef up efforts not only to develop domestic talents, but also to attract professional talents from worldwide. Toward this end, the government promulgated the Act for the Recruitment of Employment and Employment of Foreign Professionals, which substantially liberalized work and residence regulations for foreign professionals and optimized related taxation, social security, and other benefits. Since this act came into effect, the number of foreign professionals employed in Taiwan has risen considerably, up above 54,000 by the end of March this year. At the same time, the government has launched an initiative to enhance population and immigration policy, which includes the target of adding 400,000 foreign professionals and mid-skilled technicians to the workforce between 2021 and 2030. Part of this increase is to be fueled by a plan for a long-term retention of experienced migrant workers who qualified for reclassification as intermediate skilled manpower. In addition, the government is actively implementing the bilingual 2030 policy with the aim of equipping young people with abilities that are essential for being globally competitive, so that they will be able to enjoy better career opportunities and the chance to earn the higher income. This bilingual policy will also be conducive to international enterprises deepening their presence in Taiwan, help Taiwanese industry global deployment. With regard to the environmental resilience, the challenges of global warming is becoming increasingly severe, with extreme weather growing more frequent and causing major risk to global economic and social activities and to human life and safety. This has promoted more and more countries to propose carbon reduction targets and action plan for 2050. Although Taiwan is not a member of the United Nations and not a party to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, it has consistently fulfilled its responsibility as a member of the global village and has been actively promoting the transition to net zero emissions to build environmental resilience. In order to strengthen environmental resilience, President Tsai announced in 2021 that Taiwan is committed to achieving a net zero transition And in 2022, the government published a plan for Taiwan's pathway to net zero emission in 2050, followed by an action plan setting out 12 key strategies for net zero emission. This February, the Climate Change Response Act came into force, making Taiwan one of the few countries in the Asian Pacific region to write net zero emission into law. For Taiwan, the net zero transition is not just an environmental conservation effort, but also a social transformation project aimed at coexisting peacefully with the Earth's ecology, turning conflicts and risks into opportunities. Therefore, the government specifically included just transition as one of the 12 key strategies for achieving net zero emission. This is to ensure that the net zero transition process adheres to the core value of leave no one behind, and to strive for balance in policy objective, social equity, and inclusive stakeholder engagement. Additionally, to help SMEs pursue carbon reduction, the government is working hand in hand with industry associations and is setting an example through state-owned enterprises. These approaches adopted a large first, small following, and large leading small model, systemically promoting the transformation of SMEs to help them to cope with the carbon reduction demand coming from supply chains. In addition, the government is actively investing in the development of renewable energy. Last year, Taiwan's renewable energy generation reached 20 billion kilowatt hours, accounting for 8% of total annual electricity production, marking a historic high. The share contributed by solar energy reached 2.5 gigawatt, the highest ever for a single year. And offshore wind power has also made significant progress, with a cumulative installation of 191 offshore wind turbines. This year, approximately 2.2 gigawatts of wind power from newly connected wind farms will be added to the grid. In the future, the government will continue to accelerate the development of green energy, ensuring stable power supply while addressing goals such as reducing air pollution and carbon emission. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought unprecedented healthcare and economic crisis to the global community. However, crises can be turning points, giving countries an opportunity for self-reflection. Now, all countries should make good use of the opportunity provided by the pandemic, adopt forward-looking and innovative thinking, and implement various arrangements for rebuilding national resilience. This includes promoting necessary structural reforms such as digital transformation and green transition to facilitate a strong post-pandemic recovery. The key strategy should revolve around promoting resources reallocation, building resilience, and ensuring a just transition. By reshaping the economic development model, we can enhance the long-term potential of our countries and advance toward a better and more sustainable future. Looking ahead, the development of global pandemic remained changeable and fraught with uncertainty, coupled with volatility of the geopolitical landscape. I sincerely hope that countries in the Asian Pacific region will stay vigilant at all times and will steadily pursue resilience, growth, and development so that they will be best able to respond to whatever risk and shock may fall upon us in the future. Taiwan is very happy to share our experience in post-pandemic national resilience building with the global community. We also look forward to working together with like-minded international partners to achieve the goal of making the Asian Pacific a phoenix of resilience and to realize the vision of a prosperous Asian Pacific. Thank you. I wish you a very productive and inspiring meeting of minds. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier Chen, for those inspiring and optimistic words. And I now wish to invite back to the stage Malcolm Turnbull to respond and provide today's concluding remarks.
Okay. Well, Prime Minister, thank you so much for your speech. You know, it really was inspiring, and your commitment to resilience, clearly influenced by Shirley Lin, is paying dividends for the people of Taiwan. You see, we had a session earlier today talking about how think tanks can be effective. And in fact, I think today we've seen a great example of that. I hope you've been inspired by CAPRI and your involvement with it and your founding of it, but also we are inspired by you. I was particularly impressed, and I say that in the strict dictionary definition of the word, really impressed by your policy on innovation and science and your commitment to that as a key driver of economic growth. It's very close to my heart. When I was PM in Australia, that was the first big economic policy I launched in 2015, an innovation and science agenda. And as you know, in Australia, we're big exporters of minerals and energy, and including to Taiwan. But I made the point then, and I think it's still valid, that the only boom that you can be certain can continue forever is an ideas boom, because there is no limit on human ingenuity. I mean, you will run out of minerals, or you can run out of demand for certain minerals, but as long as people continue being thoughtful, innovative, creative, you'll always have an ideas boom, and that is what Taiwan's success and economy is built upon now more than ever. In fact, in this country, and in fact, indeed in this room, we're joined by some of the people who have actually found builders of the modern digital economy. We heard from Stan Scher earlier. I mean, Stan, and we had from MK Tsai earlier, the founder of MediaTek. We've heard from Lynette Ng from TSMC. I mean, these companies, these creators, these engineers have built, in large part, the modern digital world, which we are living in and working with today. So it is Australians like to say, we always like to say we box above our weight. I don't think there's any country in the world that boxes more above its weight than Taiwan does. And I really salute you, and just want to say how much I've enjoyed being here today, or over the last few days, my first visit to Taiwan. I've been invited before and participated virtually because of the pandemic, but it's wonderful to be here in future. Your remarks, your warning, I guess, your caution that we should be prepared for danger in times of peace is a very, very wise one, and everyone should take note of that. Or as Margaret Thatcher said, expect the unexpected. It's really the one thing that you can be sure of is that you're going to be dealing with unpredictable challenges. I was really impressed too by what you were saying about demography and your policies to provide a more affordable and wider access to childcare. That was a feature. In fact, every single Australian government, including mine, has increased access to childcare. It's a reality that those societies that have the most affordable childcare and the most flexible workplaces, family-friendly workplaces, have the highest birth rates. I mean, that is why it seems like a paradox to many people, but in Europe, the thoroughly secular Northern Europe, with very generous childcare services and a flexible workplace culture, has much higher birth rates than the more conservative and, if you like, religious Southern Europe, like Spain, Italy, Greece, and so forth. So you're absolutely on the right track there, and your policies are informed by global experience. So commend you on that. I want to join Shirley in thanking all of the participants in the discussions we've had today, whether we're talking about the health administration in Singapore, Hong Kong and Malaysia. It's been enormously insightful. The discussion, Chairman Lim's very wise remarks about continuing education. I can understand why your cabinet submission it wasn't very well received. You weren't here for this, I think, Mr. Prime Minister, but Chairman Lim said that years ago he had been asked to do some work on continuing education, and they'd concluded that to do it properly, the government would need to spend every year for every person about a third as much as what they were spent on them when they were actually students, school students. And so you didn't need to have a computer, or you could even do the maths on your fingers. You can just imagine the cabinet ministers thinking, gosh, what's that going to cost? And what's that? turning pale. I've had a few discussions like that myself. I know the feeling. But anyway, but you're right. You're fundamentally right. And again, this is all part of the challenge of resilience, because the point being that we don't know what the future holds. It is literally unpredictable. And what we have to build into our societies and our businesses and our countries is the flexibility that comes from having optionality, because we literally don't know which way to jump. We've got to make volatility our friend. That's the reality. And we've got to be. When I used to talk about this in Australia, coming from a surfing nation, I used to say that we can't be like King Canute, who tries to turn back the waves. We've got to be like a really good surfer who sees a big wave coming and works out how to catch it and ride it into the beach. So that's the key. Resilience is the key. That's been the focus of our discussions. I think it's been a very, very positive and creative discussion today. I believe that the foundation of CAPRI in Taiwan is of enormous importance. I think Taiwan's experience is of immense importance in our region. I think we talk a lot about Taiwan, if I may say so, but we don't hear enough from Taiwan. And I think CAPRI's ability to share and integrate Taiwan's experience, which is remarkable. It's an experience of remarkable success in very difficult circumstances. I think that is going to be of a great benefit to the rest of us in the region. So thank you, Prime Minister, and thank you, Shirley, and thank you all the participants. It's been a really great conference, and I've been so delighted to have been here today and had the honour of opening and closing the day's proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. I now invite Premier Chen to join the stage. And I'd now like to invite all of today's speakers to join the stage. And please join me in a round of applause for all of today's speakers. And Premier Chen, thank you for joining today's public forum, and I invite you to make your way off stage.